What if Harry Potter was Loki's hidden son and inherited shape-shifting chaos magic? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Snake in the Eagle's Nest. The mirror in the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive rippled like water disturbed by a stone. Harry Potter stood in front of it, but the reflection didn't match the boy standing there. The reflection grinned, a wide, feral expression with too many teeth, while Harry's actual face remained bored, almost slack. "Stop it," Harry muttered to the glass. "You're giving away the game." The reflection winked, its eyes flashing a toxic, radioactive green before settling back into the familiar, emerald hue of Lily Evans. Or so everyone said. Harry knew better. The eyes belonged to someone else. Someone louder. He cracked his neck, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the silent house. It was 2 a.m. The Dursleys were asleep, dreaming of drills and normalcy. Harry was awake, packing the last of his things, which mostly involved shrinking his spellbooks into the size of matchboxes and tossing them into a rucksack that shouldn't have been able to hold a bowling ball, let alone a wizard's entire life inventory. He wasn't waiting for the Weasleys to come rescue him. That was the old script. The hero script. He burned that script 3 weeks ago when he accidentally turned a neighborhood stray cat into a miniature saber-toothed tiger and realized he could turn it back just by thinking about it. No wand. No Latin. Just intent and a little bit of chaos. Harry zipped the bag. He looked at his wand lying on the desk. 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather. A stick. A focusing tool for children. He picked it up, twirling it through his fingers like a drummer with a drumstick. He'd keep it. It made people comfortable. It made them think he was playing by their rules. The door creaked. Harry didn't turn around. He could smell the cheap aftershave and the heavy, sweaty fear radiating from the hallway. "Boy," Vernon Dursley's voice rumbled, low and threatening. "What are you doing?" Harry turned slowly. He didn't slouch. He didn't look at the floor. He looked Vernon dead in the eye. For a split second, Harry let the glamour slip. Just a fraction. His shadow on the wall behind him stretched, growing horns, expanding until it swallowed the light from the hallway lamp. Vernon turned pale, his mustache twitching. He gripped the doorframe. "Leaving, Vernon," Harry said. His voice wasn't deeper, but it carried a resonance that vibrated in the chest, like a bass speaker left on too high. "And I'm not coming back next summer. Or the one after that." You can't just leave," Vernon stammered, though he looked like he wanted nothing more than for Harry to vanish. The Godfather person. "Sirius is fine with it," Harry lied. He hadn't asked Sirius. Sirius was currently eating rats in a cave somewhere, probably. "But here's a parting gift. For all the hospitality." Harry snapped his fingers. Nothing exploded. There was no flash of light. But instantly, every single family photo in the hallway, the shrine to Dudley's mediocrity, changed. In every picture, Dudley was now wearing a clown costume and holding a sign that said, "I farted." Vernon blinked, his brain trying to process the shift in reality. "Magic isn't just waving a stick, Vernon," Harry said, walking past the large man. As he passed, the air temperature dropped 20 degrees. "Sometimes, it's just about having a sense of humor." Harry walked down the stairs, out the front door, and into the cool Surrey night. He didn't call the night bus. That thing was a death trap driven by a blind lunatic. Instead, Harry focused on the burrow. He visualized the crooked house, the smell of gnomes and baking bread. He felt the familiar tug of apparition, but he resisted the crushing sensation. He didn't let magic squeeze him through a tube, he punched a hole in space and stepped through it. Space folded. The manicured lawns of Privet Drive vanished, replaced instantly by the tall, swaying grass of the Ottery St. Catchpole fields. Harry inhaled deeply. The air smelled like ozone and manure. Freedom. He walked up the garden path, his boots crunching on gravel. The lights were on in the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley was likely pre-baking muffins for the morning. Harry knocked on the door, 3 rhythmic taps. The door swung open, revealing Molly Weasley, looking flustered and wielding a wooden spoon like a mace. "Harry," she shrieked, dropping the spoon and pulling him into a hug that threatened to crack his ribs. "We weren't expecting you until Friday. Arthur was going to get the ministry cars. How did you get here? Did you fly? You didn't walk alone in the dark, did you?" "Took a shortcut," Harry said, smiling. It was a genuine smile, mostly. He liked Molly. She was overbearing, but her chaos was the warm, fuzzy kind. "Hope you don't mind." "Mind? Nonsense. Get in, get in. Have you eaten? You look thin. You always look thin." Harry let himself be ushered into the warmth of the burrow. It was a chaotic mess of magic, but it was stagnant chaos. Dishes washed themselves in a predictable loop. The clock hands moved to "time to feed chickens." It was domestic magic. Safe. Boring. But comfortable. He sat at the table, accepting a plate of sausages. A moment later, a door banged open upstairs, followed by the thundering of feet. Ron Weasley appeared, looking half asleep, hair sticking up in cardinal directions. "Harry?" Ron rubbed his eyes. "Mate, I thought I was dreaming. Why are you here early?" "Broke out," Harry said around a sausage. "Couldn't handle the Dursleys' charm anymore." Ron grinned, sliding into the seat opposite him. "Did you curse them? Tell me you cursed them. Let's just say the family photo album is going to be very confusing from now on." Hermione came down next, looking far more alert than Ron, dressed in a sensible dressing gown and carrying a book. Of course she was carrying a book. "Harry, it's dangerous to travel alone," she started immediately, skipping the pleasantries. "Sirius said, Sirius is a fugitive, Hermione. I think I can handle a walk in the countryside." Harry leaned back, balancing the chair on 2 legs. He looked at his 2 best friends. They looked fragile. That was the new feeling. Ever since his power woke up properly, everyone looked like they were made of glass. One wrong move, one sneeze of raw magic, and he could shatter them. He'd have to be careful. He'd have to be the Harry they expected. For now. So, Harry dropped the chair legs back to the floor with a thud. The World Cup. Who's betting on Ireland? The Quidditch World Cup campground was a sensory assault. It was as if someone had taken a medieval carnival, strapped it to a fireworks factory, and set it on fire. Thousands of tents stretched across the horizon, defying physics and good taste in equal measure. Harry walked through the crowd with the Weasleys, hands in his pockets. Mr. Weasley was excitedly pointing out a tent that had 3 chimneys and a peacock tethered out front. "Look at that, Harry. Muggles would never suspect a thing, eh?" "Arthur," Harry said, sidestepping a wizard selling enchanted rosettes that screamed the name, Crumb, "if Muggles saw a tent with a chimney, they'd call the fire brigade." "But sure. Incognito." Harry's senses were dialed up to 11. He could smell the magic in the air, it tasted like burnt sugar and ozone. He could hear conversations from 300 yards away. "Betting 20 galleons on the Bulgarians, heard the Malfoys are in the top box." "That Potter kid is supposed to be here," Harry tuned them out. It was white noise. He scanned the perimeter. The ministry had Aurors posted, but they looked relaxed, sipping tea and chatting. Complacent. They reached their site. Harry helped set up the tents, doing it the Muggle way with a mallet just to watch Mr. Weasley marvel at the manual labor. Fascinating. Arthur beamed, holding a tent peg like it was a holy relic. The sheer ingenuity of the hammer. It's a stick with a rock on the end, Dad, Ron muttered, his ears red. Stop embarrassing us. The day blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors. Harry met friends, Seamus, Dean, Neville. He played the part. He laughed at jokes. He bought omnioculars. But underneath his skin, the energy was itching. It wanted to twist things. It wanted to turn the green shamrock fireworks into real dragons. Then came the top box. Cornelius Fudge was there, shaking hands and sweating profusely. He pumped Harry's hand like he was trying to extract water from a pump. Harry, boy. Wonderful to see you. Absolute chaos, isn't it? Controlled chaos, Minister, Harry said smoothly, extracting his hand. The best kind. And then, the Malfoys arrived. Lucius Malfoy walked in like he owned the air everyone else was breathing. Narcissa looked like she smelled something rotting. Draco looked like a miniature, pointier version of his father. Ah, Weasley, Lucius sneered, his eyes sliding over Arthur's robes. Ministry paying you overtime for this, I hope. Or did you have to sell the rest of your furniture? Ron stiffened, his fists clenching. Arthur went red. Harry stepped forward. He didn't pull his wand. He just invaded Lucius's personal space. He stood 2 inches from the man, staring up. Harry was 14, but in that moment, he felt 7 feet tall. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said, his voice cheerful but his eyes dead flat. Nice cane. Is it for walking, or just for overcompensating? Draco gasped. Narcissa's eyes widened. Lucius's sneer faltered for a microsecond. Watch yourself, Potter, Lucius hissed. I always do, Harry replied. But you should watch your shadow. It's looking a bit detached today. Lucius instinctively looked down at the floor. His shadow was perfectly normal. When he looked back up, Harry was grinning. A sharp, predatory grin. Enjoy the match, Harry said, turning his back on them. The game itself was a blur of violence and speed. Krum was impressive, Harry admitted. The way the Bulgarian seeker flew was purely instinctual. He wasn't thinking about aerodynamics, he was simply willing himself to be where the snitch was. It was a crude form of reality bending. Harry respected it. Ireland won, but Krum got the snitch. The crowd went insane. Fred and George were screaming about their winnings. Harry sat back in his seat, watching the Vila cheerleaders on the field below. They were beautiful, objectively. Silvery hair, skin that glowed. The men around him were drooling, eyes glazed over, trying to jump out of the box. Ron looked like he was about to propose marriage to a blade of grass the Vila had stepped on. Harry felt nothing. Just a mild appreciation for the aesthetic. They're just birds, Ron, Harry said, snapping his fingers in front of Ron's face. Wake up. You're drooling on your jersey. But, the shimmering. Ron mumbled. Yeah. Glitter is impressive. Let's go. The party lasted for hours. The Irish supporters were loud, drunk, and singing songs that definitely violated several international statutes of secrecy. Harry lay in his bunk in the tent, staring at the canvas roof. He couldn't sleep. The air had changed. The taste of burnt sugar was gone, replaced by the metallic tang of blood and fear. Something's coming, Harry whispered to the empty air. A second later, a scream tore through the night. It wasn't a, my team lost, scream. It was a, I am being hunted, scream. Harry sat up, swinging his legs out of bed. He was dressed in jeans, a black t-shirt, and heavy dragonhide boots he'd bought in Diagon Alley. Harry? Ron mumbled from his bunk. Was it? Get up, Ron, Harry said, his voice cutting through the sleep. Grab your wand. Wake your dad. What? Now. Outside, the campsite was dissolving into pandemonium. Tents were burning. People were running in every direction, trampling each other in the dark. Harry stepped out of the tent, the heat of the fires washing over him. A group of figures in black robes and skull masks were marching through the camp. They moved in a wedge formation, wands raised. Above them, 4 muggles, the campsite managers and their family, floated in mid-air, twisted into grotesque shapes, spun around like ragdolls. The Death Eaters were laughing. "Disgusting," Harry muttered. "Not scary. Just pathetic. Bullies in masks." Mr. Weasley appeared, pale and frantic. "Fred, George, Ginny, get to the woods. Harry, Ron, Hermione, go with them. I have to help the Ministry." "Go, Dad." Ron shouted, grabbing Hermione's hand. "Harry, come on." Harry looked at the woods. Safe. Dark. Hiding. Then he looked at the Death Eaters. They were setting fire to a tent where a child was crying. "You guys go ahead," Harry said calmly. "Harry, are you mad?" Hermione screeched, pulling at his arm. I know what they are, Hermione. Go. I'll catch up. I dropped my wand. You're holding it." Harry looked at his hand. "Oh. So I am. Go anyway. I need to tie my shoe." "Harry." Harry turned to them. He pushed a pulse of magic into his voice. A command. "Run." The word hit them like a physical shove. Ron and Hermione turned and sprinted toward the trees, their survival instincts overriding their confusion. Harry was alone in the lane. The crowd had fled. The Death Eaters were 50 yards away, advancing slowly, reveling in the destruction. Harry cracked his knuckles. He put his wand in his back pocket. He wouldn't need it. "Okay," Harry whispered. "Let's see what this body can do." He closed his eyes and focused on the image of the beast he'd seen in a book of Norse mythology. Not a wolf. A monster. He felt his bones shift. It wasn't painful, it felt like stretching after a long nap. His jaw elongated. His skin hardened, fur sprouting like iron wire. He grew. And grew. When Harry opened his eyes, he was 7 feet tall at the shoulder. He was a wolf, but a wolf made of smoke and nightmares. His fur was pitch black, shifting and swirling like ink in water. His eyes were burning green coals. He let out a roar. It wasn't a bark. It was the sound of a tectonic plate snapping. The Death Eaters stopped. The laughter died instantly. The lead Death Eater, Lucius, Harry knew by the stance, lowered his wand slightly. The floating muggles dropped to the ground with a thud, scrambling away into the dark. "What in the name of Merlin is that?" one of the masked figures shrieked. Harry didn't answer. He charged. He moved faster than a creature that size had any right to. He was a blur of shadow. He slammed into the wedge of wizards like a bowling ball hitting pins. Bodies flew. Harry swiped a massive paw. He didn't use claws, he didn't want to kill them, not yet. That would be too messy for the Ministry to cover up. He just wanted to break them. He hit a Death Eater with the force of a small car. The wizard went airborne, smashing through a burning tent and landing in a heap of canvas and sparks. Stupefy. Avada Kedavra. Confringo. Spells rained down on him. The green killing curse splashed against his shoulder. It stung, like a bee sting, but it didn't kill him. His magic was older than their curses. It ate the energy and spat it back out. Harry grabbed the Death Eater by the leg with his jaws, careful not to sever the limb, and tossed him into a nearby pond. He was chaos incarnate. He was the monster in the fog. Lucius Malfoy was backing away, firing curses wildly. Retreat. It's a demon. Retreat. Harry lunged for Lucius. He landed in front of the aristocrat, the ground shaking. He brought his face inches from the silver mask. He exhaled, a cloud of green mist rolling over Lucius. Lucius screamed, dropping his wand and scrambling backward on his hands and knees. Harry huffed, a sound that sounded suspiciously like a laugh. He watched the remaining Death Eaters scatter, disappearing into the night with desperate cracks of apparition. The camp was quiet, save for the crackle of fires. Harry closed his eyes. He willed the fur away. The bones snapped back into place. He shrank. A moment later, Harry Potter stood in the clearing, dusting ash off his t-shirt. He felt exhilarated. His blood was singing. "Too easy," he whispered. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the darkness of the trees nearby. Not a scream, but an incantation. Mors Mordre. Harry snapped his head up. A beam of green light shot into the sky. It bloomed against the stars, forming a colossal skull. A serpent protruded from its mouth like a tongue. The Dark Mark. Voldemort's calling card. Harry narrowed his eyes. He could see the figure in the trees, a man in a trench coat, holding a wand. Barty Crouch Jr. Harry could smell the madness on him. Harry looked at the skull in the sky. It was ugly. It was pretentious. "No," Harry said. "I don't think so." Harry raised his right hand. He didn't point a wand. He just grabbed the air, as if gripping an invisible rope connected to the stars. He pulled. He poured his intent into the sky. Change. Twist. Mock. The green skull shuddered. The magic wavered, fighting him. It was dark, ancient magic, anchored by fear. But Harry's magic was chaos, anchored by nothing. The skull's jaw unhinged. The serpent turned pink. The eye sockets shifted shape. High above the burning campground, the terrifying Dark Mark transformed. The skull morphed into a giant, winking smiley face. The serpent turned into a party blower that unrolled and rolled back up with a silent toot. In the trees, Barty Crouch Jr. gasped, stumbling back. He looked at his wand, then at the sky, utterly baffled. Harry smirked. He turned and jogged toward the woods to find his friends. "Harry!" Hermione's voice came from the brush. She burst out, hair wild, Ron right behind her. "We saw what is that?" She pointed at the sky. The giant green smiley face was winking down at them benevolently. "The Dark Mark, apparently," Harry said, keeping his face deadpan. "Voldemort's really rebranded. Trying to appeal to the younger demographic, I guess." That's impossible," Ron gaped. "You can't alter a Dark Mark. It's you-know-whose signature." "Maybe he's having a midlife crisis," Harry shrugged. "Come on. Let's find your dad before he has a heart attack." As they walked away, Ministry officials began to pop into existence around the campsite, staring up at the giant, winking emoji in the sky with absolute confusion. Harry didn't look back. He just smiled. The game had officially begun. And he was going to win. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Goblet of Fire, and How to Break It. The Hogwarts Express was a nostalgic beast of steam and iron, chugging its way north through the rolling Scottish countryside. For most students, it was a vessel of excitement, a return to friends and feasts. For Harry Potter, sitting in a compartment that smelled vaguely of chocolate frogs and damp wool, it felt like a toy train. Everything felt small. It had been a week since the World Cup. The Daily Prophet was still losing its collective mind over the smiley face in the sky. They were calling it a desecration of the Dark Mark, a prank by a powerful dark wizard, or, Harry's personal favorite theory, a sign that you-know-who had finally snapped and decided to open a joke shop. Harry leaned back against the window, watching the landscape blur. His reflection in the glass flickered again. For a second, his eyes were vertical slits, like a viper's. He blinked, and they were green circles again. "Stop doing that," Hermione Granger said without looking up from her book, Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4. "Doing what?" Harry asked innocently, twirling a licorice wand between his fingers. "Your aura is vibrating," she murmured, turning a page aggressively. "It's making the air in here feel like static electricity. My hair is frizzing, Harry. More than usual." Ron Weasley, currently decimating a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, looked up with a mouthful of food. "You reckon it was serious?" he asked, spraying a few crumbs. "The mark at the cup. Mum says Dad's been working overtime trying to calm everyone down. Fudge is convinced it's a new terror group called the Gigglers or something." Harry snorted. "The Gigglers? Terrifying. Hide your kids, hide your wives, we're coming to tickle you to death." "It's not funny, Harry," Hermione snapped, though she didn't look truly angry. "Just stressed. Whoever did that has power. Massive power. To rewrite a spell cast by a Death Eater. It takes a level of magical comprehension that isn't taught at Hogwarts." "Maybe they just wanted to lighten the mood," Harry shrugged. "Gloomy skull, snake tongue, it's a bit cliché, isn't it? The 70s called, they want their goth aesthetics back." The compartment door slid open with a bang. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear with too much hair gel." Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, looking like he practiced his sneer in the mirror all morning. "Potter," Draco drawled. "Weasley. Granger." "Draco," Harry said, not moving from his slouch. "Nice robes. Did you rob a velvet sofa?" Draco's eyes narrowed. "Watch your mouth, Potter. Father told me about the World Cup. He said you were lucky. Running away like a coward while the real wizards handled things." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Real wizards? You mean the ones running around in masks because they're afraid of their own shadows? Or the ones who got scared off by a giant green smiley face?" "Father says the Dark Lord is returning," Draco dropped his voice to a whisper, trying to sound menacing. "And when he does, he won't be merciful to blood traitors and mudbloods. You should watch your back, Potter. I might just decide to finish what he started." Draco reached for his wand. It was a slow, dramatic motion, intended to intimidate. Harry didn't move. He didn't reach for his own wand. He just looked at the piece of hawthorn wood in Draco's hand and pushed a little bit of his will into the world. "Change. Expelli," Draco started. Squeak. Draco froze. He looked down at his hand. He wasn't holding a wand anymore. He was holding a rubber chicken. A bright yellow, plucked, rubber chicken with googly eyes that rattled when he shook it. Crabbe and Goyle stared at the chicken. Ron stopped chewing. Hermione dropped her book. "What the?" Draco shook his hand. The chicken wobbled. Squeak squeak. "Is that a threat, Draco?" Harry asked, his voice deadpan. "Are you going to poultryfy me? Is that the Malfoy secret technique?" "My wand!" Draco shrieked, panic cracking his voice. "What did you do to my wand?" "I think it suits you better," Harry said, standing up. He towered over the seated students, his presence suddenly filling the small room, heavy and suffocating. "It matches your spine. Rubber. Flexible. Joke." Harry took a step toward the door. Draco flinched back, clutching the rubber chicken to his chest like a shield. "Fix it!" Draco yelled. "Nah," Harry said, leaning against the doorframe. "It'll wear off in an hour. Or maybe a week. Depends on how much you annoy me." He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a low rumble that only Draco could hear. "And Draco? Tell Lucius the First said hello. Tell him I liked his mask. It hid the fear in his eyes perfectly." Harry winked. His eyes flashed that radioactive green again, just for a second. Draco stumbled backward, tripping over Goyle's massive feet. He scrambled up and ran down the corridor, the rubber chicken squeaking with every step. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him, looking confused. Harry slid the door shut and sat back down. Silence reigned in the compartment for 10 seconds. "Bloody hell, Harry," Ron whispered, staring at him with wide eyes. You didn't even say a spell. No incantation. Nothing. Nonverbal magic, Harry lied smoothly. Been practicing over the summer. The trick is to visualize the result really hard. Hermione was staring at him, her analytical mind churning behind her eyes. That wasn't transfiguration, Harry. Transfiguration requires a formula. Mass, weight, molecular structure, you just swapped reality. Tomato, Harry waved a hand dismissively. Who wants a chocolate frog? I'm starving. The Great Hall was exactly as Harry remembered it, loud, drafty, and smelling of roast beef and centuries of teenage hormones. The enchanted ceiling reflected a stormy sky, heavy gray clouds swirling above the 4 long tables. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, but he felt disconnected. The chatter around him, Quidditch scores, summer gossip, homework complaints, felt like static. He could feel the ley lines of the castle humming beneath the stone floor. Hogwarts was alive. It was a massive, semi-sentient construct of magic, and it was bored. So, Neville Longbottom said, sitting across from him. Gran says the Triwizard Tournament is happening this year. Dangerous stuff. People die. Sounds fun, Harry said, grabbing a bread roll. Fun. Neville looked horrified. Harry, people die. People die crossing the street, Nevada. At least here you get a trophy if you survive. Dumbledore stood up at the high table. The hall went quiet. The old wizard looked radiant in deep purple robes, his beard tucked into his belt. But when his blue eyes scanned the crowd and landed on Harry, there was a flicker of something, unease. Curiosity. Harry stared back and gave a small, lazy wave. Dumbledore blinked and looked away. Welcome. Dumbledore announced, his voice amplified by magic. To another year at Hogwarts. Now, before we demolish this magnificent feast, I have a very special announcement. This year, our castle will not only be your home but home to some very special guests. The doors to the Great Hall boomed open. Filch, the caretaker, ran in, looking like he was having a stroke. They're here, Headmaster. The Frenchies and the other ones. Thank you, Argus, Dumbledore said dryly. Please welcome, the lovely ladies of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and their headmistress, Madame Maxime. A group of students in pale blue silk robes glided into the hall. They didn't walk, they flowed. A dozen girls, beautiful and serene, moved in perfect synchronization. Butterflies, literal, glowing butterflies, seemed to materialize around them. The boys in the Great Hall were instantly lobotomized. Ron's jaw hit the table. Even some of the ghosts looked impressed. Harry watched them with clinical interest. Vila blood, he thought. Low concentration in the students, high concentration in the girl at the front. The girl at the front. She was stunning, objectively. Blonde hair that seemed to catch its own light, blue eyes that promised oceans of trouble. She walked with a haughty confidence that screamed, I am the main character. She scanned the Gryffindor table as she passed, her gaze sweeping over the drooling boys with mild disgust. Then, her eyes locked onto Harry. She paused. Just for a half step. She pushed her allure out, a wave of phenomenal magic designed to stun and captivate. It washed over Harry like a warm breeze. Harry didn't blink. He didn't drool. He took a bite of his bread roll and raised an eyebrow at her, a look that said, nice try, bird girl. Fleur Delacour's eyes widened. Confusion flashed across her perfect face. Her magic had hit a wall. No, not a wall, a void. Harry wasn't resisting her, he simply didn't register as prey. He smirked. A sharp, knowing smirk. Fleur narrowed her eyes, a challenge igniting in them. She tossed her hair and continued walking, but the rhythm of her step was different now. Angrier. More interested. Blimey, Ron wheezed, clutching his chest. Did you see her? She looked at me. She looked at the platter of chicken wings behind you, Ron, Harry corrected. Next came Durmstrang. The doors opened again, and this time, heavy boots stomped on the stone. A procession of young men in blood-red robes and fur cloaks marched in, carrying bow staffs. They banged the staffs on the floor in a rhythmic, martial beat. Sparks flew. It was aggressive. It was masculine. It was trying way too hard. Viktor Krum walked in the center, looking surly and duck-footed. Beside him walked Igor Karkaroff, a man whose smile didn't reach his cold, dead eyes. Krum. Ron hissed. It's Krum. He's breathing the same air as us. He's breathing a lot of it through his mouth, Harry noted. The feast began, but the tension in the air was palpable. The foreign students sat at the other tables, Beauxbatons with Ravenclaw, Durmstrang with Slytherin. Harry could feel eyes on him. Karkaroff was whispering to Krum, pointing at Harry's scar. Harry ignored them. He was focused on the head table. Barty Crouch Sr. was there, looking like a corpse that had been reanimated for paperwork. And next to him, Alastor, Mad-Eyed Moody. The Exorer was a mess of scars and paranoia. His magical eye whizzed around in its socket, seeing through clothes, tables, and invisibility cloaks. He took a swig from a hip flask. Harry's senses flared. The flask didn't smell like pumpkin juice. It smelled like polyjuice potion, lacewing flies and boomslang skin. Harry narrowed his eyes. Who are you really? He wondered. He extended his senses, pushing a tendril of chaos magic toward the high table. It brushed against Moody's aura. The aura was wrong. It was layered. A soul wearing another soul like a cheap suit. Interesting, Harry thought. We have an imposter in the castle. A Death Eater? Harry smiled. This year wasn't going to be boring after all. The next evening, the Goblet of Fire was unveiled. It was a rough-hewn wooden cup, unremarkable except for the blue-white flames dancing to the ceiling. It sat in the center of the entrance hall, surrounded by a thin gold line on the floor. The age line, Dumbledore had explained. To ensure that no student under the age of 17 yields to temptation. Throughout Saturday, Harry sat on a bench nearby, watching the spectacle. It was hilarious. Fred and George tried an aging potion. They crossed the line, high-fived, and were instantly blasted backward, sprouting long white beards. The hall erupted in laughter. Amateurs, Harry whispered. Trying to trick magic with chemistry. You have to trick magic with semantics. He waited until the hall thinned out. It was late afternoon. Most people were at dinner. Harry stood up and walked toward the line. Hermione, who had been nagging him to come to the library, stopped. Harry, don't, she warned. Dumbledore drew that line himself. You can't cross it. Watch me. Harry stopped at the edge of the gold circle. He could feel the repulsion ward. It was a strict binary command, if age less than 17 then repel. Harry closed his eyes. He reached into his core, past the wizard magic, down to the cold, shifting chaotic energy that lay in his blood. I am not Harry Potter, the 14-year-old boy, he thought. I am a timeless entity. I am a moment of chaos. I have no age because I have no fixed form. He blurred. For a split second, to anyone watching, Harry didn't look like a boy. He looked like a glitch in a video game, a smear of pixels and light. He stepped across the line. Nothing happened. No beard. No explosion. Harry solidified, standing next to the goblet. He grinned at Hermione, whose mouth was hanging open. "How?" she squeaked. "I identified as an old man for a second," Harry said. "Magic is very progressive these days." He pulled a slip of parchment from his pocket. On it, written in bold, jagged letters, was, Harry Potter Institute of Chaos. He didn't want to represent Hogwarts. Hogwarts was boring. Hogwarts had rules. He wanted to represent himself. He held the parchment over the flames. "Harry, you're going to get in so much trouble," Hermione hissed, looking around for teachers. "This is insane. You could die." "Hermione," Harry said softly, the blue fire reflecting in his eyes. "I'm already dead. I'm just waiting for the world to catch up." He dropped the paper. The fire turned red. Then gold. Then a violent, sickly green that hissed and popped. The goblet seemed to shudder, as if it had swallowed something spicy. Then, it accepted the paper, the flames returning to blue. Harry stepped back out of the circle. He felt a snap in his chest, the magical contract sealing. "Done," he said, dusting off his hands. "Let's go eat. I have a craving for treacle tart." Halloween night. The great hall was packed. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Or a rubber chicken. The feast had finished. The golden plates were wiped clean. Dumbledore stood by the goblet, which had been moved to the front of the staff table. "The time has come," Dumbledore said, the room falling into a hush. "When I call your name, please come forward and proceed into the antechamber behind the staff table." The flames turned red. A tongue of fire shot up, carrying a charred piece of parchment. "The champion for Durmstrang," Dumbledore read, "is Victor Crumb." Roars of approval. Crumb slouched off, looking bored. The flames flared again. "The champion for Beauxbatons, is Fleur Delacour." The blonde girl stood up, shaking back her hair. She walked past the Gryffindor table. She didn't look at Harry this time, but he felt a spike of competitive magic radiating off her. She was ready to fight. "And the Hogwarts champion." Dumbledore caught the third slip. "Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table exploded. Cedric, a handsome, honest-looking bloke, grinned and shook hands on his way up. "Excellent." Dumbledore beamed. "We have our 3 champions. But in the end, only one will go down in history. Only one will hoist this chalice of champions, this vessel of victory, the Triwizard Cup." Dumbledore spread his arms. The teachers began to clap. Harry leaned back in his chair, counting down. 3, 2, 1. The goblet of fire didn't go out. It made a sound like a dying car engine. Ka-chunk. The flames didn't just turn red. They turned a kaleidoscope of colors: purple, neon pink, radioactive green. The fire roared, shooting a pillar of flame 10 feet into the air. It was violent. It was angry. A single, crisp piece of parchment shot out like a bullet. Dumbledore snatched it from the air, his hand trembling slightly. The hall went deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Dumbledore stared at the paper. He blinked. He adjusted his half-moon spectacles. He looked up, his eyes searching the Gryffindor table. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore whispered. Then, louder. "Harry Potter." "He's a cheat," someone yelled from the Hufflepuff table. "He's not even 17. Harry stood up. He didn't look scared. He didn't look confused. He looked happy. He adjusted his robes, ran a hand through his messy hair, and walked toward the high table with a swagger that bordered on offensive. "Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry?" Dumbledore asked calmly, though his eyes were hard. "Yep," Harry said, loud enough for the whole hall to hear. Gasps echoed around the room. But, the age line. Dumbledore stammered. Your line had a loophole, headmaster, Harry grinned. It didn't account for personality shifts. This is against the rules. McGonagall cried, standing up. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract, Harry recited, looking at Crouch Sr., Mr. Crouch. Is that correct? If the goblet spits out a name, they have to compete, or they lose their magic. Isn't that the law? Barty Crouch Sr. looked like he had swallowed a lemon. Technically, yes. The rules do not specify a limit on the number of schools. Or the age, once the name is accepted. Fantastic, Harry clapped his hands. I'll just be heading to the back room then. Don't wait up. He walked past the stunned teachers, winking at Hagrid, who looked like he was about to cry, and slipped into the antechamber. The antechamber was a small, trophy-lined room with a roaring fire. Victor Crumb was leaning against the mantelpiece. Cedric was pacing. Fleur was inspecting her reflection in a silver trophy. They looked up when Harry entered. Do they want us back in ZE Hall? Fleur asked, her voice thick with a French accent. Nope, Harry said, leaning against the door. Just waiting for the judges to come in and have a meltdown. What are you talking about? Cedric asked, brow furrowed. Before Harry could answer, the door banged open. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxime, Crouch, and Ludo Bagman stormed in. Snape and McGonagall followed, looking furious. Say impossible. Madame Maxime boomed, her massive head hitting the chandelier. This little boy cannot compete. He is lying. Karkaroff spat, pointing a shaking finger at Harry. Potter put his name in. He is a cheat. I didn't cheat, Harry said calmly. I outsmarted you. There's a difference. Harry, Dumbledore said, stepping forward, his voice heavy with disappointment. Did you ask an older student to put it in for you? No. Did you use a confuse charm? No. Then how? Does it matter? Harry asked, pushing off the wall. The contract is binding, right? The fire spat out my name. Unless you want me to lose my magic and become a squib, I'm competing. But he represents Hogwarts. Karkaroff shouted. Hogwarts cannot have two champions. Actually, Harry interrupted, pulling a duplicate of his entry slip from his pocket. I don't represent Hogwarts. He held up the slip. I represent the Institute of Chaos. Silence filled the room. The, what? Bagman blinked. The Institute of Chaos, Harry repeated. It's a very exclusive school. Just one student. Me. The curriculum is mostly improvisation and explosives. This is a mockery. Maxime cried. It's a loophole, Harry corrected. And I love loopholes. Moody limped forward from the shadows. His magical eye was spinning madly, fixed on Harry. The boy is right, Albus. The goblet doesn't care about schools. It cares about names. The goblet has chosen 4 champions. The boy competes. Thank you, Professor Moody, Harry said, meeting the magical eye. Always the voice of reason. Moody grimaced. It was a grotesque expression. Harry saw the flicker of madness in the man's real eye. You like this, Harry thought. You think this is part of your master's plan. Joke's on you, Cyclops. I'm writing my own plan. This is highly irregular, Crouch Sr. muttered, rubbing his temples. But, the rules are absolute. Mr. Potter must compete. Incroyable, Fleur scoffed. She looked at Harry, really looked at him. You are a little boy. You think you can compete with us? With dragons and dark creatures? Harry stepped into her personal space. He didn't look up, even though she was taller. His presence expanded again, the room temperature dropping. The fire in the grate turned green for a second. Fleur, Harry said softly. I've faced a basilisk, a werewolf, 100 dementors, and possessed teachers before I hit puberty. You know how to enchant birds and look pretty. Don't confuse age with experience. Fleur flinched. The arrogance was gone from her face, replaced by wariness. She smelled the predator in him again. And you, Harry turned to Crumb. Victor. Good luck. Try not to fall off your broom when reality starts bending. Harry turned to the door. So, first task is in November. Cool. I'll be in my room. The Gryffindor common room was a riot. Harry. The moment he climbed through the portrait hole, he was mobbed. People were screaming, cheering, waving banners. The Weasley twins were trying to wrap him in a Gryffindor flag. We knew you'd do it. Fred yelled. How did you get past the line? Lee Jordan screamed. Harry pushed through the crowd. He wasn't smiling. He found Ron standing near the stairs to the boys' dorms. Ron wasn't cheering. His face was pale, his ears red. Ron, Harry said, stopping. You said you didn't want it, Ron said, his voice shaking. You said you were tired of the fame. You said you wanted a quiet year. I lied, Harry said. I don't want a quiet year. I want my year. You went behind my back. Ron shouted, the room going quiet. We're supposed to be partners. But you're always the special one, aren't you? Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Harry Potter, the champion. What about me? What about us? Harry looked at Ron. He felt a pang of sadness. Ron was a good friend, but he was drowning in insecurity. And Harry. Harry was becoming something that couldn't be tethered by insecurity. Ron, Harry said, his voice devoid of anger. You want the spotlight? Take it. You can be the hero. You can be the one everyone stares at. But I'm not doing this for fame. I'm doing this because I'm bored of letting other people control my life. You're a jerk, Ron spat. Don't talk to me. Ron turned and stormed up the stairs. Harry stood there. He looked at Hermione. She looked torn, standing between them. Go check on him, Harry told her. Harry. She started. Go. She ran after Ron. Harry looked around the common room. The cheering had stopped. People were whispering. They looked at him with a mix of awe and suspicion. He saw Seamus Finnegan looking at the Potter Stinks badge someone had already made. Harry sighed. This room is too crowded, he muttered. Too much teenage angst. He turned and walked back to the portrait hole. Where are you going, Harry? Neville asked timidly. It's past curfew. I'm moving out, Neville, Harry said, pushing the portrait open. Gryffindor Tower is a bit too restrictive for my tastes these days. I think I'll find somewhere with a better view. But, where will you sleep? Harry paused, looking back. A grin spread across his face, that wide, too many teeth grin that didn't reach his eyes. The castle has 1,000 rooms, Neville. And most of them have forgotten they exist. I think I'll go wake one up. He stepped out into the corridor. The fat lady swung shut behind him. Harry walked down the dark hallway, his footsteps echoing. He wasn't going to the room of requirement. That was too easy. He stopped in front of a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor, near the astronomy tower. He placed his hand on the stone. He didn't ask for a room. He demanded it. Open. I need a lair. The stone groaned. Dust fell from the ceiling. The bricks shifted, rotating and grinding until a door appeared. A door made of black iron, with a knocker shaped like a horned helmet. Harry grabbed the knocker. Honey, Harry whispered into the dark, empty castle. I'm home. He pushed the door open and stepped into the shadows. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 4, How to Train Your Dragon, or Punch It. The morning of the first task tasted like nervous sweat and overpriced popcorn. The air around the makeshift arena, built into a natural hollow in the rocky landscape outside Hogwarts, was thick with anticipation. It was a cold, crisp November day, the kind where your breath puffs out in little clouds, but the temperature inside the champion's tent was sweltering. Harry sat in the corner on a rickety wooden stool, leaning back against the canvas wall with his eyes closed. He was wearing a pair of faded black jeans, a grey hoodie that had seen better days, and his heavy dragonhide boots. He looked like he was waiting for a bus, not preparing to fight a Class XXXXX lethal beast. Around him, the atmosphere was thick enough to chew on. Cedric Diggory was pacing back and forth, wearing the yellow and black athletic robes of Hufflepuff. He looked green. Not metaphorically. His skin had a distinct olive tint, and he kept wiping his palms on his trousers. He was muttering transfiguration formulas under his breath, a frantic litany of switching spell, mass conversion, density variable. Fleur Delacour was seated on a velvet cushion she'd apparently conjured for herself. She looked impeccable in her powder blue tracksuit, hair shimmering like spun silver, but her foot was tapping a hole in the ground. Every few seconds, she'd take a shallow breath, her Vela aura flickering nervously. It made the air smell like burnt vanilla. Victor Crumb was the most stoic, standing like a statue in the center of the room. He was staring at the ground, his face a mask of brooding concentration. But Harry could hear his heart rate. Thump thump thump. It was fast. The guy was terrified, he just had better discipline than Cedric. Champions. Ludo Bagman bounced into the tent like a human tennis ball. He was wearing his old Vimborn Wasp's robes, which were far too tight around the middle. Gather round. It's time. The moment of truth. Harry opened one eye. You're awfully cheerful for a guy sending teenagers to their probable deaths, Ludo. Bagman faltered, his grin slipping. Now, Harry. Spirited. It's all about the spirit of competition. And besides, we have safety measures. Dozens of dragon handlers on standby. Right, Harry drawled, standing up and stretching. His spine popped audibly. Because if a dragon bites my head off, I'm sure the handlers will be very helpful in retrieving my corpse. Bagman cleared his throat nervously and held out a purple silk sack. Right then. Ladies first, naturally. Fleur reached into the bag with a trembling hand. She pulled out a tiny, animated model of a dragon. It was green, sleek, and hissed at her. The common Welsh green, Bagman announced. Number 2. Fleur looked relieved. It was the least aggressive of the bunch. Crumb went next. He pulled out a scarlet dragon with nasty spikes around its face. The Chinese fireball, Bagman nodded. Number 3. Ooh, nasty temper on that one. Cedric stepped up, looking like he was walking the plank. He reached in and pulled out a silver-blue dragon. The Swedish short snout, Bagman said. Number 1. That leaves. The big one, Harry finished. He didn't reach into the bag. He just held out his hand. Bagman tipped the sack upside down. A tiny, black, lizard-like creature tumbled out onto Harry's palm. It had bronze horns, a spiked tail, and eyes that looked like yellow lamps. It spread its tiny wings and roared, a sound like a match being struck. It breathed a microscopic jet of fire that warmed Harry's palm. The Hungarian horntail, Bagman grimaced. Number 4. Harry brought the tiny dragon up to eye level. The little construct snapped its jaws at his nose. Cute, Harry said. Does it come in extra large? I'm afraid so, Bagman said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Right. Mr. Diggory. You're up first. When the cannon sounds, you enter the arena. Your goal is the golden egg. Simple as that. A cannon blast shook the tent walls. Cedric jumped about a foot in the air. He gave a shaky wave to the others and walked out into the bright sunlight. For the next hour, Harry listened. He didn't need to watch. His senses were dialed up. He could hear the crowd roar. He could feel the vibrations in the ground. Cedric's run was messy. Harry heard the distinct whoosh of fire, the scream of "Defendo," and the frantic scrambling of boots on gravel. At one point, the ground shook as the short snout slammed its tail down. There was a smell of singing hair. Eventually, the crowd erupted in applause. Cedric had survived. Barely. Fleur was next. Her approach was quieter. Harry could hear her singing, a high, melodic enchantment designed to lull the mind. The Welsh Green's roaring slowly turned into a rhythmic, grumbling snore. Then, a sharp intake of breath from the crowd. The dragon had snored a jet of fire. Harry smelled burning fabric. Fleur shrieked, then the applause came. She got the egg, but she got singed. Crumb was brutal. The Chinese fireball roared in pain. Crumb was firing curses rapidly, conjunctivitis. The dragon was blinded. It thrashed wildly, smashing its own eggs. The crowd gasped in horror at the destruction. Crumb didn't care. He got the gold egg and got out. Efficient. Cold. But messy. Harry Potter. Bagman's voice boomed over the magical loudspeakers. The final champion. Harry cracked his neck. He walked to the flap of the tent. "Good luck," Fleur whispered. She was sitting by the entrance, nursing a burn on her arm. She looked exhausted. "Thanks," Harry said. "Put some ice on that. You don't want a scar ruining your Vogue cover shoot." He stepped out. The transition was jarring. The silence of the tent was replaced by the roar of thousands of people. The stands were packed, a sea of red, gold, blue, and green. Students, teachers, ministry officials, reporters. And in the center of the rocky enclosure, chained by massive iron links to the stone floor, was the Hungarian horntail. It was magnificent. It was 50 feet of black scales and hate. Its tail was spiked like a medieval mace. Its wings were folded against its back, muscular and leathery. Smoke drifted from its nostrils in lazy gray ribbons. It saw Harry immediately. The dragon let out a roar that vibrated in Harry's chest cavity. A jet of fire, 40 feet long, shot into the air, turning the rock around it to slag. Harry stood at the entrance. He didn't draw a wand. He didn't have one. The crowd quieted down. They were confused. "Where's his wand?" someone shouted. "He's forgotten it. He's going to die." Ludo Bagman's voice echoed over the stadium. "It seems Mr. Potter has entered the arena without his wand. A bold strategy, or a fatal mistake." Harry walked forward. He didn't run. He strolled down the rocky slope, hands in his hoodie pockets. He stopped about 30 yards from the dragon. The horntail thrashed against its chains, its yellow eyes locked on him. It sensed something. Animals always did. It sensed that the small, two-legged thing in front of it wasn't prey. Harry looked up at the judge's box. Dumbledore was leaning forward, his omnioculars glued to his eyes. Karkaroff looked gleeful. Moody was drinking from his flask, his magical eye spinning so fast it was a blue blur. "All right," Harry said to himself. "Let's make this interesting." He took a deep breath. He reached inside himself, past the human squishiness, past the wizarding core, down to the cold, hard bedrock of his true heritage. The Jotun blood. The blood of giants and monsters. He pulled on the thread. The air around Harry shimmered. The temperature in the stadium dropped. Frost began to creep across the rocks at his feet, spreading like a fast-forward video of winter. The puddles of water in the arena froze instantly, cracking loudly. Harry's skin began to change. The pinkish tan faded, replaced by a deep, glacial blue. His veins stood out like dark rivers under the ice. He grew. His bones crunched and expanded. He didn't become a 50-foot giant, that would be overkill, but he shot up to 8 feet. His shoulders broadened until he looked like a linebacker made of granite. His eyes, usually emerald green, turned a solid, glowing red. The crowd gasped. It was a collective sound of pure terror. What is he doing? Hermione's voice carried from the stands, high and panicked. That's not a spell. Harry didn't stop. He let the cold roll off him in waves. He was a frost giant runt, a Loki special, but compared to a human, he was a tank. The horntail didn't like the cold. It roared again, agitated. It reared back, inhaling deep into its chest. The fire was coming. Harry grinned. His teeth were sharp now. The dragon snapped its head forward and unleashed a torrent of fire. It was a river of liquid heat, hot enough to melt steel. Harry didn't dodge. He stepped into it. The crowd screamed. But the fire didn't burn him. The moment the flames touched the aura of absolute zero surrounding Harry's body, they hissed and died. The fire washed over him and dissipated into steam. Harry walked through the inferno like he was walking through a warm mist. When the fire cleared, Harry was standing 10 feet from the dragon. He was smoking slightly, his hoodie incinerated, revealing a chest of blue, rock-hard muscle marked with strange, glowing runic scars. His pants were singed but intact, magic denim was a good investment. The horntail looked confused. It blinked. Fire usually worked. Is that it? Harry's voice boomed. It wasn't his voice anymore. It was deeper, grinding like tectonic plates. My tea is hotter than that. The dragon lunged. It snapped its jaws forward, aiming to bite Harry in half. Harry moved. He didn't use magic. He used leverage. He stepped inside the bite radius, grabbed the dragon's lower jaw with one hand and its upper horn with the other. Slam. The impact shook the ground. Harry held the dragon's mouth open, his muscles straining, veins bulging against the blue skin. The dragon thrashed, its claws scraping sparks off the rocks, trying to push him back. Harry didn't budge. He was rooted to the earth. Down, boy, Harry grunted. He twisted his hips and threw. It was impossible physics. A humanoid throwing a multi-ton reptile. But Harry tapped into the density of his form. He used the dragon's own momentum against it. The horntail flipped. It crashed onto its back with a sound like a collapsing building. Dust and rocks exploded outward. Harry jumped. He landed on the dragon's chest, pinning it down. The dragon roared in fury, its tail whipping around to strike him. Harry caught the tail. The spikes dug into his palm, blue blood trickling out, it looked like antifreeze. He ignored it. He yanked the tail hard, pinning it under his knee. He was wrestling a dragon. And he was winning. The stadium was dead silent. No one was cheering. They were too busy trying to process the impossibility of what they were seeing. A Hogwarts student was physically dominating a creature that usually required 10 wizards to subdue. Harry leaned forward, his face inches from the dragon's snout. The dragon struggled, smoke pouring from its nostrils, but Harry's grip was iron. Then, Harry hissed. It wasn't just Parseltongue. It was older. It was the root language of monsters. The tongue of the world serpent. The language of things that sleep in the dark. Listen to me, little lizard, Harry growled in the guttural, grinding language. I am not meat. I am the cold that bites. I am the monster that eats monsters. Do you understand? The horntail froze. Its yellow eyes widened. It stopped thrashing. It recognized the authority. It recognized a predator higher on the food chain. "You smell like old ice," the dragon hissed back, its voice a mental scrape in Harry's mind. It was primitive, angry, but listening. "I want the golden rock," Harry said, nodding toward the nest where the golden egg sat among the real ones. "Give it to me, and I won't turn your insides into slush." The dragon hesitated. Maternal instinct warred with self-preservation. "My clutch. I don't want your babies," Harry scoffed. "Just the fake one. The shiny one. It smells like wizards and lies." Harry released his grip on the dragon's snout, though he stayed sitting on its chest. He reached into the pocket of his singed jeans. It was an undetectable extension charm pocket. He pulled out a massive slab of raw beef. Like half a cow. He'd raided the Hogwarts kitchens earlier that morning. "Trade," Harry said, tossing the meat onto the rock next to the dragon's head. The horntail sniffed. The smell of fresh blood overrode the smell of conflict. It looked at the meat, then at Harry, then at the meat. It snapped up the beef in one bite. "Good," the dragon grunted. "Take the shiny rock. It is cold. I do not like it." Harry patted the dragon on the nose. It was a rough, patronizing pat. The dragon tolerated it, mostly because it was chewing. Harry hopped off the dragon. He walked over to the nest. The horntail watched him but didn't attack. It curled its tail around its real eggs protectively and went back to licking the rock where the beef had been. Harry picked up the golden egg. He turned to the crowd. He let the transformation drop. The blue faded from his skin. His height shrank back to a modest 5 feet 7 inches. The red glow left his eyes. He shivered slightly as the human cold rushed back in, realizing he was shirtless in November. He raised the egg. For 3 seconds, there was silence. Then, the explosion. It wasn't polite applause. It was hysteria. People were screaming. Half the crowd was terrified, the other half was losing their minds with excitement. The Weasley twins were literally hugging each other and jumping up and down. Hagrid was crying, blowing his nose into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. "Unbelievable!" Bagman shouted, his voice cracking. "Absolutely unprecedented. Potter has negotiated? Wrangled? I don't even know. He has the egg." Harry walked toward the exit, passing the dragon handlers who were standing there with their mouths open, wands dangling uselessly at their sides. "You can go in now," Harry told the lead handler, Charlie Weasley. "She's calm. She likes rare steak. Don't make eye contact for 10 minutes, she's eating." "Harry," Charlie stammered, looking from Harry's bruised chest to the dragon. What are you?" Harry winked. "Just a guy with a unique approach to pest control, Charlie." The medical tent was a haven of warmth and smell of antiseptic. Madame Pomfrey was fluttering around Harry like a moth around a lamp, waving her wand frantically. "Body temperature is critical," she muttered. "You're freezing, Potter. You're practically hypothermic. But your heart rate is steady. This makes no sense." "I'm fine, Poppy," Harry said, sitting on the bed and pulling on a fresh t-shirt Hermione had thrown at him the moment he entered. "Just a bit of a chill." "A chill? You were blue. You were literally blue." The tent flap opened. Dumbledore entered, followed by the other judges. Karkaroff looked furious. Madame Maxime looked at Harry with a strange, calculating expression. She recognized giant blood when she saw it, even if this was different. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice grave. "That was a remarkable display." "Thanks, Professor. However," Dumbledore continued, "the use of such transformation is unknown to me. Is this a family trait?" Harry laughed. You could say that. Found out I have a bit of a recessive gene. Skipped the Potters entirely. It was dark magic. Karkaroff spat. He is a monster. He should be disqualified. I didn't hurt the dragon, Harry countered, his voice hardening. Did you see Crumb's dragon? Half blind, stomping on its own eggs in pain. My dragon is fed, happy, and her clutch is intact. Who's the monster here, Igor? Karkaroff turned purple. I will not be spoken to like this by a boy. Then stop acting like a child, Harry shot back. Scores. Bagman interrupted, sensing a duel. Let's do the scores. They walked out to the judge's podium. Madame Maxime, 10. She respected the brute strength. Mr. Crouch, 9, points docked for lack of uniform, Harry assumed. Dumbledore, 10. Ludo Bagman, 10. Karkaroff, 4. The crowd booed Karkaroff so loudly the ground shook. Harry just gave the Durmstrang headmaster a thumbs up and a chaotic grin. You're mental, Ron said. They were in the Gryffindor common room. Harry had stopped by to pick up some of his things before heading back to his secret lair. The party was in full swing. Everyone wanted to talk to the dragon wrestler. Completely mental, Ron repeated, shaking his head. He was holding a butterbeer, looking at Harry with a mix of fear and respect. I mean, you punched it. You actually punched a dragon. She started it, Harry shrugged. Harry, Ron looked down at his shoes. About before. I've been a prat. Yeah, Harry said. You have. I thought you put your name in for the glory. But seeing whatever that was. Ron gestured vaguely at Harry's entire existence. That's not glory. That's scary, mate. You're not like us, are you? No, Ron. I'm not. But, Ron looked up, a tentative smile forming. You're still Harry, right? Underneath the blue skin and the scary eyes. Harry looked at his first friend. He saw the loyalty there, struggling against the fear. He softened. Just a fraction. Mostly, Harry lied. I'm still the guy who hates Snape and likes treacle tart. Good enough for me, Ron grinned. We're cool. We're cool. But I'm still not sleeping in the tower. You guys snore. Fair. Harry left the party early. He needed space. The transformation took a toll. His bones ached, his blood felt too hot now, itching under his skin. He walked through the corridors toward his lair. Potter. He stopped. Alastor Moody was leaning against a statue of a one-eyed witch, his wooden leg tapping on the stone. Professor, Harry nodded. That was quite a show, Moody growled. His magical eye was fixed on Harry's chest, as if trying to see the monster beneath the shirt. Didn't know James had giant blood in him. He didn't, Harry said. Mum sighed. Very distant relatives. Humph. Moody took a swig from his flask. The smell of polyjuice wafted over. You've got power, boy. Raw power. But power without control is just a bomb waiting to go off. The Dark Lord, he had power too. Harry stepped closer. He dropped his voice to a whisper. Voldemort, Harry said the name casually, watching Moody flinch. Voldemort had ambition. I just have hobbies. There's a difference. And what's your hobby, Potter? Breaking things that think they're unbreakable, Harry said. He looked pointedly at Moody's flask. And exposing fakes. Moody's hand twitched toward his wand. For a second, the mask slipped. Harry saw Barty Crouch Jr. in the man's eyes, the fanaticism, the madness. Constant vigilance, Harry said cheerfully, stepping back. Sleep tight, Professor. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Or the lies. Harry walked away, feeling Moody's glare burning a hole in his back. In his lair, which he had furnished with a stolen sofa, a hammock, and a pile of cushions transfigured from rocks, Harry placed the golden egg on a table. He sat down and exhaled. "Show's over for today," he whispered. Suddenly, a shimmer of light appeared in the corner of the room. It wasn't a wizard apparition. It was golden, glittering light. Luna Lovegood stepped out of the air. She wasn't wearing shoes. She had a necklace made of butterbeer corks. "Hello, Harry," she said dreamily. Harry didn't jump. He was getting used to Luna. She was the only one who saw him, the real him, without flinching. "Hey, Luna. How did you get in here?" "I didn't make a door. The Nargles showed me a crack in the reality around the room," she said, drifting over to the golden egg. "You were very loud today. Your aura was singing in G minor. It was very wintry." "Yeah, well. Had to cool things down. The Asgardians are listening, you know," Luna said casually, tracing a pattern on the egg. Harry froze. "What?" "The signal," Luna pointed to the ceiling. "When you turned blue. It sent a ripple. Like a stone in a pond. They heard it. The One-Eyed King. And the Hammer Man." Harry stared at her. "Odin and Thor. If that's what you call them. They're curious. They wonder why there's a frost giant on Midgard who smells like chaos magic." Harry groaned, putting his head in his hands. "Great. Just great. As if Voldemort and the Ministry weren't enough. Now I have to deal with space Vikings." "Don't worry," Luna patted his head. "They're slow. Space is big. You have time." "Time for what?" "To become the king," Luna smiled. "Or the jester. Whichever you prefer." She turned and walked back into the shimmer. "Have a nice sleep, Harry. Your egg is screaming, by the way. It's full of mermish sorrow." And she was gone. Harry stared at the spot where she vanished. "I need a drink," Harry muttered. "And I'm 14. This is ridiculous." Barty Crouch Jr.'s quarters. Barty ripped the wooden leg off and threw it across the room. It smashed into a mirror. He began to pace on his real leg, his face shifting as the polyjuice wore off. His skin bubbled, his nose reshaping. "He knows," Barty hissed to the empty room. "He suspects. But that's not the problem." He looked at the fireplace, where he had been communicating with his master. "The boy, he isn't human." "Not entirely." Barty remembered the dragon. The way Potter had thrown it. The way the fire hadn't touched him. "Master's plan." Barty whispered, fear creeping into his voice. "Blood of the enemy, forcefully taken, resurrect the Dark Lord." He stopped. His eyes widened. "If we use that blood," Barty realized, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "If we put the blood of a monster, of a god, into the Dark Lord's new body." He started to laugh. It was a hysterical, terrified sound. "We might not be resurrecting a wizard," Barty wheezed. "We might be building a bomb. A bomb that will blow us all to hell." He grabbed his flask and chugged the potion. He had to keep playing the part. He had to deliver the boy. But for the first time, Barty Crouch Jr. wasn't doing it out of loyalty. He was doing it out of morbid curiosity. He wanted to see what would happen when you mixed Voldemort's soul with Harry Potter's chaos. "The end of the world," Barty grinned, his face twisting back into Moody's scarred visage. "It's going to be a beautiful show." Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Yule Ball Heist. The concept of formal wear was a human invention designed to make everyone look like a penguin or a heavily upholstered sofa. Harry stood in front of the mirror in his secret lair, which he had affectionately named the Void, and critically assessed his reflection. Most wizards bought dress robes. Ron Weasley, poor sod, had been sent something that looked like it had been peeled off a decomposing Victorian grandmother, complete with lace ruffs and the distinct smell of attic dust. Harry, however, had decided that if he was going to represent the Institute of Chaos, he needed to dress the part. He wasn't wearing robes. He was wearing a suit, but suit was a loose term. The fabric was a deep, shifting midnight blue that seemed to absorb the light around it, tailored to fit with a sharpness that could cut glass. The lapels were embroidered with silver thread that moved, snaking in subtle, shifting Norse patterns, knots that tied and untied themselves if you stared too long. He wore no tie, the top button of his crisp white shirt undone, revealing a glimpse of the jagged runic scar on his collarbone that pulsed faintly green. "Looking sharp, boss," the mirror said. Harry had enchanted it to sound like a 1920s mobster. "You gonna knock 'em dead?" "Metaphorically, I hope." "Depends on how boring the speeches are," Harry muttered, adjusting his cuffs. He snapped his fingers, and a single emerald ring materialized on his right hand. It wasn't jewelry, it was a condensed nugget of raw magic he'd solidified earlier, just in case he needed to throw a magical grenade without looking like he was casting a spell. He checked the time. 7 o'clock. The Great Hall would be filling up with nervous teenagers and terrified dates. Time to go make a scene, Harry grinned. His teeth looked a little too white, a little too sharp. He walked out of the void, the iron door melting back into the stone wall behind him, leaving no trace. He navigated the corridors of Hogwarts with the ease of someone who owned the place. The castle whispered to him as he passed, stones settling, portraits murmuring. The magic of the school recognized him not as a student, but as an apex predator in its ecosystem. It got out of his way. Staircases swung to meet his feet before he even reached the landing. When he reached the entrance hall, the noise hit him first. A cacophony of giggles, nervous laughter, and the rustle of silk. The Durmstrang students were huddled in a corner, looking surly in blood-red furs. The Beauxbatons students were shivering in their thin silk, looking ethereal and miserable. And then there was Ron. Harry spotted him near the oak front doors, tugging miserably at his lace collar. He looked like a moldy doily. "Harry." Ron's eyes widened as he took in Harry's outfit. "Blimey. Where did you get that? Did you transfigure it?" "Something like that," Harry said, clapping a hand on Ron's shoulder. "You look vintage, Ron. Very bold. Making a statement about the impermanence of fashion." "I look like a grey-tants tessellated pavement," Ron groaned. "Padma is going to kill me. She's over there, refusing to make eye contact." "You'll survive. Just don't eat the soup, it might stain the lace and increase its value." "Ha ha. Where's your date? Don't tell me you stood up Fleur Delacour." "I don't stand people up, Ron. I make entrances." As if on cue, the oak doors creaked open, admitting a gust of cold winter air. But the cold didn't matter, because Fleur Delacour was descending the marble staircase. The hall went quiet. Actually quiet. Even the ghosts stopped drifting. Fleur was wearing robes of silver-gray satin that looked like liquid moonlight. But it wasn't just the dress. It was the way she carried herself. She wasn't walking, she was gliding, radiating a faint, pearlescent glow. Her Vila blood was singing tonight, dialed up to 11. Boys were literally tripping over their own feet as they turned to watch her. She reached the bottom of the stairs and scanned the crowd, her blue eyes icy and unimpressed. Until they landed on Harry. Her face softened. A genuine smile, not the polite, haughty mask she wore for the cameras, broke through. Harry stepped forward, offering his arm. He didn't bow. He didn't kiss her hand like a sycophant. He just grinned at her. "You look like you're ready to start a war," Harry said, his voice cutting through the silence. "And you look like the ammunition," Fleur replied smoothly, taking his arm. Her grip was firm. She smelled like ozone and winter flowers. "Shall we give them a show?" "Let's ruin their night," Harry agreed. They walked toward the great hall doors. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. Draco Malfoy, wearing high-collared black velvet that made him look like a vicar, sneered as they passed, but he took a solid step back when Harry's shadow seemed to reach out and tickle his ankles. McGonagall was waiting at the doors, looking flustered and tartan. "Potter. You're late. The champions are to process in, oh my." She stopped, adjusting her glasses. "Well. You certainly clean up well. Get in line, please." Harry and Fleur took their place behind Cedric and Cho Chang. Cedric looked nervous but gave Harry a thumbs up. Krum was at the front with Hermione. Harry blinked. "Is that Hermione?" Hermione Granger had done something to her hair. It was sleek and shiny, twisted into an elegant knot. She was wearing periwinkle blue robes that flowed like water. She looked beautiful. She also looked terrified, clinging to Krum's arm like a lifeline. "She cleans up well too," Fleur whispered. "Krum is lucky. Though he walks like a duck. He's a seeker, Fleur. He's built for sitting on a broom, not walking on land. Be nice." The doors to the great hall swung open. The room had been transformed. It was a winter wonderland on steroids. Icicles hung from the ceiling, shimmering with everlasting light. The walls were covered in sparkling frost. Real fairies flitted around the massive Christmas trees. It was breathtaking, expensive, and incredibly extra. "Showtime," Harry whispered. They marched in. The applause was thunderous. Harry waved lazily, like a bored monarch. He led Fleur to the top table, where the judges were seated. Dumbledore was wearing bright orange robes with stars on them. Ludo Bagman was wearing purple. Percy Weasley, filling in for Crouch, was looking important and constipated. And at the end of the table, nursing his hip flask, sat Alastor Moody. His magical eye swiveled, locking onto Harry immediately. It zoomed in, spinning rapidly. Harry met the gaze. He didn't look away. He gave a small, polite nod, then turned his attention to his dinner. "So," Fleur said, picking up her fork elegantly. "What is ZE plan for tonight? You have that look in your eye. The 'I am about to set something on fire' look." Harry leaned in close, lowering his voice. To anyone watching, it looked like romantic whispering. "I'm bored, Fleur. The food is good, the music is, okay, but the company." He gestured subtly to Karkaroff, who was glaring at his plate. "Stiff. I think I'm going to go exploring." "Exploring? Now?" Fleur raised an eyebrow. "We have to open ZE dance, Harry." "Oh, I'll be dancing," Harry promised. "Or at least, part of me will be." Fleur's eyes narrowed, intrigued. "You are planning mischief." "I prefer the term tactical reallocation of assets. I need to visit a few offices. Check for structural weaknesses." "And you need an alibi," Fleur concluded, a smirk playing on her lips. "You want me to dance with a decoy? You're smart. I like that about you. It's much more attractive than the Birdalure thing." "Pig," she laughed, swatting his arm. "Fine. But if your decoy steps on my toes, I will incinerate the real you." "Deal." Dinner dragged on. Harry ate quickly, fueling up. He watched Moody. The man drank from his flask every 20 minutes, like clockwork. Polyjuice, Harry thought. Standard duration is 1 hour. He's taking microdoses to be safe. Paranoid. Or just sloppy. Finally, Dumbledore stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen. Please, take the floor." The tables vanished, swept away to the walls. A stage rose on the right side of the hall, and the Weird Sisters, a band that looked like they'd rolled through a hedge backwards and then been electrocuted, trooped on. "Come on," Harry said, standing up. He led Fleur to the center of the floor. The other champions joined them. The music started, a slow, mournful waltz that sounded like a cello having a breakdown. Harry placed a hand on Fleur's waist. She placed hers on his shoulder. They began to move. "Ready?" Harry whispered. "Do it," she dared him. Harry closed his eyes for a microsecond. He focused on his own reflection, on the concept of presence. He reached into the chaotic potential of the air around him and pulled. He didn't cast a spell. He didn't use a wand. He just split. To the audience, nothing happened. Harry Potter spun Fleur Delacour around. They looked perfect. But in reality, Harry Potter, the consciousness, the pilot, had just stepped out of his own body. He left behind a construct. A solid, tangible illusion powered by a feedback loop of intent. The Harry dancing with Fleur smiled, chatted, and moved with perfect grace. It was an autopilot program running on the charisma setting. The real Harry was now invisible, intangible, and standing 5 feet away, watching his own body dip Fleur. "Show off," Invisible Harry muttered. He checked his surroundings. The magical eye of Moody was fixed on the dancing Harry. It wasn't looking for invisible things right now, it was too busy analyzing the boy's technique. Perfect. Harry turned and walked through the crowd. He didn't need to dodge people, he simply phased through them. It was a strange sensation, like walking through cold soup. He passed through Neville Longbottom, who shivered, through a tray of drinks, the liquid rippled, and out the side door of the great hall. Once in the corridor, Harry solidified. The invisibility dropped. He adjusted his suit jacket. "Right," he said to the empty hallway. "First stop, the greasy dungeon." He moved fast. He didn't run, he slid through the castle's shadows, using short-range teleports, blinking, to cross large distances. 1 second he was by the stairs, the next he was 3 floors down. He reached the dead-end wall that concealed the entrance to the Slytherin common room and Snape's office. He didn't know the password. He didn't care. He placed his palm on the stone wall. "Open," he whispered in the language of snakes. The wall didn't budge. Right, Snape wasn't a parselmouth. The wall was charmed against standard unlocking spells. Harry rolled his eyes. Boring. He pressed harder. His hand began to glow with a sickly, chaotic green light. He didn't unlock the door. He unmade the concept of the door being locked. He pushed his intent into the stone. "You are not a wall. You are a suggestion." The stone groaned, turned into the consistency of thick mud, and melted away. Harry stepped through the hole, and the stone solidified back into place behind him. Snape's office was exactly as cheerful as a crypt. Pickled things floated in jars, casting eerie shadows. It smelled of sulfur and bitterness. Cozy, Harry noted. He walked to the private store's cupboard. This one had serious wards. Blood wards. Intent wards. Nasty things that would boil the skin off a thief. Harry looked at the wards. They appeared to him as intricate webs of red light. He reached out and plucked the strings of the web like a guitar. Snap. Twist. Void. The wards collapsed with a soft chime. Harry opened the cupboard. Boomslang skin. Lacewing flies. Bicorn horn. The ingredients for polyjuice potion. He checked the jars. The boomslang skin jar was lighter than it should be. There was dust on the shelf where the jar usually sat, but the circle of dust was broken. Someone had been here recently. Sloppy, Barty, Harry whispered. Stealing from the potion master. Bold. Harry didn't take anything. That would be rude. Instead, he pulled out his wand, rarely used, but good for fine detail work, and tapped the jar of pickled toads on the desk. Mutatio Festivus. The toads in the jar began to wear tiny Santa hats. They started singing Jingle Bells in high-pitched, bubbly voices, muffled by the formaldehyde. "Merry Christmas, Sev," Harry smirked. He turned and blinked out of the room. Phase 1 complete. Now for the main event. Moody's office was on the 3rd floor. The defense against the dark arts teacher's quarters. Harry approached the door carefully. This wasn't Snape. Snape was arrogant. Moody, or the man playing him, was a professional paranoid schizophrenic with a genius-level intellect for traps. The door had a physical lock, a magical lock, and a sensor that detected invisibility. Harry stood 10 feet away. He extended his senses. Inside, the room was humming with dark detectors. Sneakoscopes were whistling. A faux glass was foggy, showing indistinct shapes. He knows I'm not in the hall, Harry realized. Or at least, his toys do. The Harry on the dance floor was a construct. It didn't have a soul. The sensors in Moody's office were probably freaking out because the boy who lived had suddenly vanished from their radar, replaced by a hollow shell. Harry needed to be quick. He turned into mist. It was a difficult shift, one that required total relaxation. His body dissolved into greenish-black smoke. He flowed under the door crack, bypassing the physical tumblers entirely. He reformed inside the room. Immediately, a sneakoscope on the desk began to scream. "Wheeee." Harry pointed a finger at it. "Shut up." A bolt of chaos magic hit the device. It didn't break, it just turned into a hamster running on a wheel. The screaming stopped. Harry scanned the room. It was a mess. Maps, charts, strange instruments. And in the corner, a large trunk with 7 keyholes. Harry walked over to the trunk. He could hear it. A faint, muffled thumping from deep, deep down. The real Moody, Harry thought. Trapped in a box. How undignified. He considered opening it. It would end the plot right now. He could drag the real Moody out, expose Crouch, and be a hero. "Nah," Harry whispered. "Too early. The climax needs more build-up." He turned to the desk. There it was. The hip flask. Wait. Moody had the flask at dinner. Harry paused. He has 2. Of course he has 2. One for active use, one brewing or ready as a backup. Harry picked up the spare flask sitting on the potion brewing bench. He unscrewed the cap. It smelled like rotten cabbage and spirit gum. Polyjuice. Jackpot. Harry reached into his pocket, the deep, undetectable one, and pulled out a vial of glowing pink liquid. He had brewed this himself in the void. It wasn't a standard potion. It was a liquid curse, bound in a sugar syrup base. He poured the polyjuice from the flask into a nearby plant pot, the plant instantly withered and hissed. Then, he poured the pink liquid into the flask. He gave it a shake. It sloshed, sounding exactly like the original potion. The rhyme of the ancient mariner, Harry chuckled. Or, in this case, the rhyme of the exposed Death Eater. The potion wouldn't strip the disguise. That was too boring. It would force the drinker to speak the absolute truth, but with a compulsion constraint, they had to rhyme. And not good rhymes. Nursery rhyme style. It was psychological warfare. Harry placed the flask back exactly where he found it. He looked at the faux glass on the wall. The foggy shapes were sharpening. He could see a face forming in the glass. It was his own face, grinning. "Caught me," Harry winked at the glass. He heard footsteps in the corridor. Heavy, clunking steps. The wooden leg. Moody was coming back. He must have been alerted by the sensors before Harry silenced them. Harry didn't panic. He checked the window. It was locked. He looked at the door. The handle was turning. Harry smiled. He didn't hide. He simply ceased to exist in that location. Blink. He teleported. It was a long jump, risky without line of sight, but he knew the destination well. Harry materialized behind a large ice sculpture of a reindeer in the Great Hall. The air displacement caused the reindeer's antlers to shatter, but the music covered the sound. He stumbled slightly, dizzy. Long-range blinking took a toll. He shook it off and looked at the dance floor. His clone was currently doing a tango with Fleur. It was impressive, actually. The clone had better moves than he did. Harry waited for the clone to spin Fleur near the edge of the crowd. He stepped out from behind the ice sculpture. As the clone passed, Harry reached out and touched its shoulder. Merge. The illusion collapsed into him like water soaking into a sponge. The memories of the last hour flooded Harry's brain: Fleur's scent, the conversation with Cedric about polished rocks, the way Karkaroff had spilled wine on his beard. Harry stumbled, effectively cutting in on his own clone. He caught Fleur's waist before she could realize the partner swap. "You're back," Fleur whispered, not missing a beat. "You feel heavier. Warmer." Mission accomplished, Harry breathed, sweeping her into a dip. "Did I miss anything?" "Your doppelganger promised to buy me a dragon farm in Romania," Fleur said dryly. "I expect you to honor that. I'll look into the real estate prices." The song ended. The Weird Sisters struck up a faster, rock-style tune. "Do the hippogriff." The doors to the hall banged open. Alastair Moody clumped in. He looked furious. His eye was whizzing around like a lottery ball. He had his flask in his hand, the one from the office. He must have gone back to refill or swap. Harry watched as Moody stomped over to the drinks table, looking around suspiciously. He took a massive swig from the flask. Harry held his breath. Moody swallowed. He shuddered. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Nothing happened immediately. The polyjuice part of the potion, Harry had left a little bit in there for flavor, kept the transformation hold. But the truth rhyme was fast-acting. Dumbledore approached Moody, holding a goblet of mead. "Alastair. Everything all right? You ran off in quite a hurry." The music quieted down as the lead singer started a ballad section. The hall was relatively quiet. Moody turned to Dumbledore. He opened his mouth to say, "Just checking the perimeter, Albus." Instead, what came out was loud, amplified by the sudden silence of the room. "I went to my room to check on my stash, making sure no one had made a mad dash. The plan is in motion, the Dark Lord is near. I'm drinking this potion to hide all my fear." Moody froze. He clamped his hand over his mouth. His magical eye widened in horror. Dumbledore blinked. "I beg your pardon, Alastair." The students nearby giggled. They thought it was a joke. A performance. Moody tried to speak again. He tried to say, "Shut up, I've been cursed." His hand fought his mouth, but the magic forced his jaw open. "I'm not who you think, I'm a fake in a mask. Killing the Potter is my primary task. My daddy is stern and he put me in jail, but now I am back and I surely won't fail." The giggles stopped. The room went cold. "Alastair?" Dumbledore's voice lost its warmth. He stepped closer. Moody, Barty, was panic-stricken. He tried to run. But the potion had a secondary effect, theatricality. He couldn't leave the stage until the verse was done. He climbed onto the table, his wooden leg clunking. He looked like a grotesque marionette. "The cup is a portkey, a one-way ticket trip, don't let the boy give me the slip. The blood of the enemy, bone of the father, resurrecting Tom is such a big bother." He finished the rhyme and immediately vomited on Percy Weasley. Pandemonium broke out. "Seize him!" Dumbledore roared, his wand appearing in his hand faster than the eye could follow. But Barty was fast. Even panicked, he was a lethal duelist. He pointed his wand at the floor. Obscuro. A cloud of black smoke exploded, filling the side of the hall. Spells flew blindly. Harry. Fleur grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Relax, Harry said, watching the chaos with a calm, satisfied smile. He's not going to get far. He's hyperventilating in rhyme. In the smoke, they could hear Moody screaming, I cannot see. The smoke is too thick, this rhyme is making me feel really sick. Stunners flashed red in the gloom. A body hit the floor with a heavy thud. The smoke began to clear. Dumbledore stood over the unconscious body of Alastor Moody. Snape was there, wand drawn, looking at Moody with intense suspicion. McGonagall was herding students back. Is this part of the show? Ron yelled from the crowd, looking terrified. Harry took a sip of a drink he'd swiped from a passing tray. Best concert ever, he declared. Dumbledore knelt beside Moody. He reached into the man's robes and pulled out the flask. He sniffed it. Then, he looked at Moody's face. The polyjuice was wearing off faster than usual because of the metabolic spike caused by the rhyme potion. The scars began to smooth out. The wooden leg popped off as the real leg grew back, painfully. The magical eye popped out, rolling across the floor, revealing a normal eye underneath. The hair turned from gray straw to pale brown. The face became younger, though pale and freckled. Barty Crouch Jr., Dumbledore whispered, his voice carrying in the silent hall. The crowd gasped. But, he's dead, someone shouted. He died in Azkaban. Apparently not, Harry said loudly. He walked forward, Fleur at his side. The crowd parted for them again. Harry looked down at the unconscious man. Well, that explains why his teaching style was so intense. And why he kept trying to turn Draco into a ferret. Not that I minded that part. Dumbledore looked up at Harry. His blue eyes were piercing, lacking their usual twinkle. Harry. Did you know? I knew he was an imposter, Harry shrugged. Smelled the polyjuice a mile away. Didn't know it was Crouch, though. Thought it might be a very ugly woman. And the rhyming? Dumbledore asked, holding up the flask. Must have been a bad batch, Harry said innocently. Or maybe his conscience finally decided to drop a beat. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. He knew. Of course he knew. But he couldn't prove it. Severus, Dumbledore barked. Fetch the Veritaserum. Minerva, contact the Ministry. We have a fugitive to secure. As the teachers swarmed the body, Harry turned to Fleur. I think the party is over, he said. Agreed, Fleur nodded, looking at the unconscious Death Eater with disgust. This school is insane. Every year, something tries to kill you. It's part of the curriculum. Keeps us on our toes. They walked out of the great hall, leaving the chaos behind. They walked out into the cool night air of the courtyard. The snow was falling softly. Fleur leaned against a stone pillar. You swapped ZE potions. Allegedly. She laughed. It was a throaty, genuine sound. She reached out and straightened his collar. You are terrifying, Harry Potter. You destroyed a man's life with a nursery rhyme. He was a Death Eater, Fleur. He tortured Neville's parents into insanity. I just made him sing for his supper. I think I was merciful. Fleur looked at him. Really looked at him. She saw the green glow deep in his pupils. She saw the monster that had wrestled a dragon. And she didn't flinch. She stepped closer. She grabbed his lapels and pulled him down. She kissed him. It wasn't a tentative, teenage kiss. It was fierce. It tasted like ice and fire. Harry kissed back, his hands finding her waist. For a moment, the chaos in his head went quiet. She pulled back, breathless. I like the monster, she whispered. Good, Harry grinned. Because he likes you. Suddenly, a sharp pain spiked in Harry's head. It wasn't the scar hurting. It was deeper. It was like a phone ringing inside his brain stem. Harry stiffened. Fleur noticed immediately. Harry. Harry held up a hand. 1 second. I have a call. He closed his eyes. He dropped his mental shields. Connect. The world fell away. He was standing in a white void. A figure stood before him. It wasn't a man. It was a shredded fragment of a soul, shaped like a skeletal fetus, holding on to a semblance of power. Voldemort. The connection was clear. High definition. Potter, the voice hissed. It sounded confused. I see you. Sup, Tom, Harry said in the mental space. He projected himself as sitting on a lawn chair, wearing sunglasses. What are you? Voldemort asked. The fear was palpable. Legilimency usually revealed fear, memories, love. When Voldemort looked into Harry's mind, he saw a hurricane. He saw a wolf eating the sun. He saw geometry that shouldn't exist. You are not human. My servant, he failed. He sang. Why did he sing? I remixed him, Harry said. You're next, by the way. Your plan. The graveyard? The ritual? I know all about it. You cannot know. I know you need my blood. Harry stood up, walking toward the trembling soul fragment. But here's a warning, Tom. My blood isn't just magic. It's chaos. It's poison to order. If you take it, you won't be resurrecting a Dark Lord. Harry leaned down, his face transforming into the horned, green-skinned trickster visage. You'll be building a bomb. And I'm the detonator. Voldemort screamed. Harry slammed the mental door shut. He gasped, opening his eyes in the real world. He was back in the courtyard. Fleur was holding his arms, looking worried. Harry. You went, your eyes turned black. Completely black. Harry shook his head, clearing the static. He felt a nosebleed starting. He wiped it away with his sleeve. Just a chat with an old friend, Harry said, his voice raspy. You know who? Fleur guessed. She was sharp. He's realized something. Harry looked up at the moon. He's realized he's not the scariest thing in the dark anymore. Harry took a deep breath of the cold air. Come on, Fleur. Let's go get a butterbeer. I have a feeling the rest of the year is going to get very, very messy. Messy is good, Fleur said, taking his hand again. Messy is fun. They walked back toward the castle, two monsters in human skin, ready to burn the script to ash. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. Beneath the surface, the aftermath of the Yule Ball was, to put it mildly, a logistical nightmare for the Hogwarts staff and a source of endless entertainment for Harry Potter. Barty Crouch Jr., stripped of his polyjuice and his dignity, had been carted off to the Ministry holding cells before the band had even finished their set. The Daily Prophet was having a field day. Death Eater teaching our children, was the headline, followed by a smaller, confused subheadline, did he really rhyme his confession? Harry sat in the Great Hall 3 days later, poking at a plate of scrambled eggs. The atmosphere in the school had shifted from festive competition to paranoid siege mentality. Parents were sending howlers. Dumbledore looked like he hadn't slept in a week. Snape was prowling the corridors like a vampire with a toothache, taking points from anyone who breathed too loudly. You know, Ron said, munching on toast with a thoughtful expression. It's weird not having Moody around. I mean, he was a nutter, and apparently an evil nutter, but he actually taught us stuff. Remember the ferret incident? Hard to forget, Harry said, sipping his pumpkin juice. Though I imagine Draco is trying to repress the memory with therapy. So, who's taking over defense? Hermione asked, looking up from a massive tome titled Magical Water Plants of the Highland Lakes. She looked tired. We have OWLS next year, Harry. This instability is detrimental to our curriculum. Hermione, we're 14. Relax. Besides, I think Dumbledore is stepping in personally, Harry said. Or maybe he'll ask the giant squid. It has excellent grappling techniques. Hermione glared at him. Speaking of squids, have you figured out the egg clue yet? The second task is in February, Harry. That's 3 weeks away. Harry glanced down at his bag. The golden egg was wrapped in an old t-shirt to muffle the screaming. I figured it out the first night, Harry said casually. You did? Hermione blinked. But it just screams. It sounds like a banshee being put through a woodchipper. It's Mermish, Hermione. It screams above water because air doesn't carry the frequency right. Put it underwater, and it sounds like a choir. A very depressing, aquatic choir. You speak Mermish? Ron asked, dropping his toast. I speak monster, Harry corrected. It's a dialect thing. The clue is basically, we stole your favorite thing, come find it in the Black Lake, you have an hour, try not to drown. They're going to steal your favorite thing. Ron frowned. What's that? Your firebolt. Harry looked at Ron. Then at Hermione. He smirked. Probably my collection of rubber chickens. I'd be devastated. In reality, Harry knew exactly how the Ministry thought. They would take a person. Someone he valued. They'd probably take Ron because the boy who lived needs a best friend to save. It was a classic narrative trope. So, the lake, Hermione said, returning to her book. It's freezing. And deep. And full of Grindylows. How are you going to breathe? The bubblehead charm is advanced magic, Harry. I can teach you, but I'm not using a bubblehead charm, Harry said, standing up. That looks ridiculous. Like wearing a goldfish bowl on your head. Then gillyweed? Hermione suggested. I've been reading about it. It gives you gills. Plants are boring, Harry said, slinging his bag over his shoulder. I have a better idea. I'm going to go visit the library. The restricted section. See you in potions. He didn't go to the library. He went to the third-floor bathroom, checked for Moaning Myrtle, she was currently flooding a toilet in the prefect's bathroom, and then slipped into a secret passage behind a mirror that led directly to the boathouse. He needed to scout the terrain. The Black Lake was a massive, dark expanse of water that reflected the gray winter sky like a sheet of obsidian. It looked cold. It looked dead. Harry stood on the end of the wooden dock, the wind whipping his hair. Cold, Harry whispered. Dark. Wet. He closed his eyes. He reached out with his senses, pushing his consciousness down into the water. It wasn't dead. It was teeming. He could feel the frantic, skittering minds of the Grindylows in the weed beds. He could feel the slow, ancient pulse of the giant squid dozing in the mud. And deeper, much deeper, he felt the organized, sharp minds of the Mere people. They were waiting. They were preparing defenses. They're treating this like a war, Harry realized, a smile creeping onto his face. Good. He opened his eyes. The green irises swirled. I need a form, he muttered to himself. Wolf is too heavy. Frost giant sinks. I need something, hydrodynamic. Something that belongs in the dark. He focused on the concept of predator. He thought about sharks, but sharks were mindless eating machines. He needed hands. He needed to be able to untie ropes. He needed to be able to hold a weapon. He remembered a book he'd read in the restricted section about the deep trenches of the Atlantic. About the things that lived where the sunlight never reached. Things with bioluminescence and teeth like needles. Yes, Harry whispered. That will do nicely. February 24th arrived with the subtlety of a slap in the face. It was freezing. The grounds were covered in a layer of frost that crunched underfoot, and the sky was a flat, miserable white. Harry walked down to the lake with Neville and Ginny. Ron and Hermione were missing. They were called to McGonagall's office last night, Neville said, shivering in his thick wool cloak. Haven't seen them since. They're the hostages, Harry said calmly. He was wearing his Institute of Chaos uniform again, black combat trousers, a tight-fitting thermal shirt made of dragon silk, and no cloak. He didn't seem to feel the cold. You think? Ginny looked worried. Is it safe? The lake is. The lake is fine, Ginny. It's just a big puddle with an attitude problem. They reached the stands that had been erected along the shoreline. The crowd was already there, huddled under warming charms, drinking hot chocolate. The judges were seated at a table covered in gold cloth. Ludo Bagman was bouncing around, trying to look enthusiastic despite the fact that his nose was turning blue. Dumbledore looked grave. Karkaroff was glaring at Harry. Madame Maxime was wrapped in a fur coat the size of a bear. Harry spotted the other champions. Cedric was doing jumping jacks, trying to keep warm. He gave Harry a nervous wave. Krum was standing by the water's edge, stripped to his swimming trunks. He looked like a block of granite. He was already casting the preamble to a transfiguration spell. Harry recognized the wand movements for a partial shark transformation. Fleur was pacing. She looked terrified. Her usual composure was gone. She was wringing her hands, staring at the dark water. Harry walked over to her. "Hey," he said softly. Fleur jumped. She looked at him, her blue eyes wide and wet. "Harry." Zay took Gabrielle. "My little sister. She is only 8. She's the hostage?" Harry asked, his brow furrowing. "That's bold of them. Using a little kid. If I cannot reach her." Fleur's voice broke. "The water, it is full of demons." Harry put a hand on her shoulder. His grip was warm, solid. "Fleur. Listen to me. Nothing is going to happen to her. Dumbledore wouldn't let a kid die for a game. But Z.E. Grindylows, Z.E. time limit." "Screw the time limit," Harry said intensely. "And screw the Grindylows. If you get stuck, if you can't make it. I'll get her." Fleur looked at him. "You would do that. You would lose points. Points are for houses, Fleur. I'm an institute. We don't care about points. We care about results." She took a shaky breath and nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Harry. Champions." Bagman's voice boomed, amplified over the wind. "Take your positions." Harry walked to his designated spot on the dock. He stood between Cedric and Krum. "Your task is simple." Bagman shouted. "Your values has been taken. You have 1 hour to retrieve it. On the cannon, go." Boom. The cannon fired. Cedric cast a bubblehead charm instantly, a shimmer of air surrounding his head, and dived in. Splash. Krum pointed his wand at himself. His head began to morph, turning gray and rubbery. He dived in, his legs fusing into a shark tail midair. Splash. Fleur cast her own bubblehead charm, looking like an elegant astronaut, and jumped. Splash. Harry stood on the dock. The crowd watched him. "Has he forgotten how to swim?" someone whispered. "Where's his wand?" Harry looked at the water. He took a deep breath of the freezing air. "Time to get wet," he muttered. He didn't dive. He stepped off the edge of the dock like he was stepping off a curb. He hit the water. The cold was instantaneous. It was a crushing, numbing shock that tried to seize his muscles. The silence of the underwater world swallowed the noise of the crowd. Harry sank down, down, into the green gloom. He hung suspended in the water for a moment, holding his breath. He was just a boy in a lake. Then, he pushed. He triggered the shift. It wasn't like the wolf, which was hot and angry. It wasn't like the giant, which was slow and heavy. This was slippery. This was fluid. His skin began to ripple. Scales, iridescent and black like an oil slick, erupted across his arms and chest. His legs fused together, bones cracking and reshaping, elongating into a powerful, muscular tail that ended in a translucent, razor-sharp fin. His neck flared. Gills sliced open on the sides of his throat, burning for a second before the cool, oxygen-rich water rushed in. It was like breathing pure energy. His face changed. His jaw unhinged and extended, filled with rows of needle-like teeth. His eyes expanded, losing the whites, turning into large, glowing orbs of bioluminescent green that cut through the murk. His fingers lengthened, webbing growing between them, tipped with black claws. Harry opened his new eyes. The murky water wasn't dark anymore. It was clear. He could see the heat signatures of the fish. He could see the magical currents twisting through the weeds like neon ribbons. He flexed his tail. Swish. He shot forward like a torpedo. The speed was intoxicating. He wasn't fighting the water, he was part of it. He twisted, rolled, and accelerated, leaving a trail of bubbles behind him. This is better, Harry thought, his mind feeling sharper, colder, more predatory. He dove deeper, following the pull of the magic that anchored the hostages. The weed beds were a jungle. 10-foot-tall strands of slimy vegetation swayed in the current. It was a perfect ambush point. Harry glided through the weeds, silent as a shadow. He sensed them before he saw them. Grindylows. Dozens of them. Little green water demons with sharp horns and long, spindly fingers. They were hiding in the weeds, waiting. Harry saw Cedric up ahead. The Hufflepuff was struggling. 3 Grindylows had latched onto his ankles. Cedric was firing sparks from his wand, but underwater, the magic was dampened. The jets of hot water just made the demons angry. Harry could have swum past. He could have let Cedric deal with it. But the predator in his blood was offended. These little pests thought they owned the water. Harry let out a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was a sonic pulse, a click-click boom that traveled through the water faster than sound in air. Click-t-rum. The Grindylows froze. They looked around, their bulbous eyes wide. Harry burst out of the weeds. He didn't look like a student. He looked like a nightmare from the deep trench. He was 7 feet long from head to tail tip, sleek and terrifying. He didn't use magic. He used violence. He slammed into the lead Grindylow, grabbing it by its throat with a webbed hand. He bared his needle teeth and hissed, a sound of bubbling, pressurized rage. The Grindylow squealed and went limp in terror. Harry tossed it aside. He turned to the others swarming Cedric. He flared his fins. The bioluminescent patches on his scales flashed a warning pattern, red-black-red. In the language of deep-sea creatures, it meant, I am death. The Grindylows released Cedric instantly. They scattered, swimming away into the darkness as fast as their spindly limbs could carry them. Cedric, floating in his bubble, stared at Harry. His eyes were wide with horror. He raised his wand, thinking Harry was a monster coming to finish him off. Harry rolled his eyes, which looked terrifying. He pointed a clawed finger toward the depths, then gave Cedric a very human, very sarcastic thumbs up. Cedric lowered his wand slowly, realization dawning on his face. He nodded, mouthing, Harry. Harry didn't answer. He flicked his tail and vanished into the gloom. Deeper. The pressure increased. The light from the surface was gone. Now, only Harry's glowing eyes and the faint phosphorescence of the strange plants illuminated the way. He passed the giant squid's cave. The massive cephalopod was awake, one giant eye watching the intruder. Harry paused. He drifted closer to the eye. "Greetings, old one," Harry projected the thought. It wasn't telepathy, exactly, it was intent pushed through the chaos magic. The squid blinked slowly. It raised a tentacle the size of a tree trunk. It didn't attack. It waved. Harry waved back and continued. He found Fleur a mile later. She was in trouble. She was surrounded. Not by Grindylows, but by a swarm of strange, magical jellyfish. Their stingers were glowing with paralytic magic. Fleur was firing curses, but she was slowing down. Her movements were sluggish. Her bubble was flickering. She was going to fail. Harry frowned. Not on my watch. He swam directly into the center of the jellyfish swarm. Their stingers brushed against his scales. Zap. Harry felt a tingle. It tickled. His chaos magic ate the paralysis curse like it was candy. He grabbed Fleur by the waist of her robes. She screamed silently, thrashing, thinking she'd been grabbed by a monster. Harry spun her around, positioning himself back to back with her. He let out another sonic pulse, this one laced with magical force. Boom! The water shockwave blasted the jellyfish outward, tearing their delicate bodies apart or sending them spinning away into the darkness. Harry turned to face Fleur. He tapped the glass of her bubble helmet with a claw. He pointed to himself, then to the path ahead. Fleur stared at the creature. The glowing green eyes. The gills. But then she saw the scar. Faint, jagged, glowing white on the creature's forehead scales. "Harry," she mouthed. Harry nodded. He grabbed her hand, his webbed fingers engulfing hers, and towed her. He was a jet engine, she was a glider. They tore through the water, leaving the threats behind. When they saw the glow of the Mare village, Harry released her. He pointed to the village square. "Go," he gestured. Fleur nodded frantically and swam ahead. Harry hung back for a second, watching her go. Protecting the competition, Harry thought. I'm terrible at winning, but great at showing off. The Mare village was crude but impressive. Stone dwellings carved into the rock, statues of ancient Mare heroes, and a central plaza where a choir of Mare people were singing to the bound hostages. Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and Gabrielle Delacour were tied to the tail of a massive stone statue of a Mare king. They were unconscious, floating in the current, bubbles of air around their heads keeping them alive. The Mare people were waiting. They were tall, with grayish skin and wild, green hair. They held spears made of bone and coral. They didn't look like the Disney version. They looked like warriors. When Harry entered the plaza, the singing stopped. The Mare chieftain, a massive male with a shark tooth necklace and a trident made of black obsidian, swam forward. He blocked the path to the hostages. Harry stopped. He hovered in the water, his tail moving lazily. Cedric and Crumb, who was now half shark, half human, arrived a moment later. Fleur was already there, trying to get to Gabrielle, but two Mare guards were blocking her with crossed spears. Only one, the chieftain rasped. He spoke Mermish, a language of clicks and rasps. You may take your own. Leave the others. Fleur was crying, pleading. Cedric looked conflicted. Crumb looked like he was about to bite someone. Harry swam forward. He drifted between the champions and the chieftain. He spoke. His voice underwater was a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in everyone's bones. Step aside, chieftain. The Mare people gasped. A human speaking the deep tongue. The chieftain narrowed his eyes. You wear a skin of the deep, wizard. But you are a landwalker. You have no authority here. I have the authority of the one who can breathe water without magic, Harry countered, flexing his claws. I am not playing your game. The little one, he pointed to Gabrielle, is not part of the contract. She is a child. Release her. The rules are the rules, the chieftain hissed, raising his trident. Take your red hair and go. Or bleed. Harry sighed. Bubbles escaped his gills. I was hoping for a diplomatic solution. Oh well. Harry moved. He didn't swim, he blurred. He closed the distance between himself and the chieftain in a heartbeat. The chieftain thrust the trident. It was a fast, practiced kill shot. Harry caught the trident shaft with one hand. Clang. The sound of bone hitting obsidian rang out. Harry grinned, his needle teeth flashing. He twisted the trident, yanking the chieftain forward. With his free hand, Harry punched the chieftain in the chest. It wasn't a lethal blow, but the force of the aquatic super strength sent the chieftain spinning backward through the water, smashing into a stone dwelling. The other merpeople raised their spears, shrieking. Harry spun around, his tail whipping up a vortex of silt and water. He unleashed his aura. Green chaos magic exploded from his body, turning the water around him into a swirling storm of emerald light. It was heavy. It was oppressive. It tasted like the bottom of the ocean. Enough. Harry roared in Mermish. The water shook. The merpeople froze, their instincts screaming at them that this was an apex predator. Harry swam to the statue. He used his claws to slice the ropes binding Ron. Then, he sliced the ropes binding Gabrielle. He turned to the other champions. Get yours, he barked in English, which sounded like garbled bubbles, but the intent was clear. Cedric rushed forward and cut Cho loose. Crumb grabbed Hermione. Fleur was sobbing with relief, reaching for Gabrielle. Harry handed Gabrielle to Fleur. But Fleur was exhausted. Her bubble was failing. She couldn't carry the girl and swim to the surface in time. Harry saw the panic in her eyes. He grabbed Ron by the collar of his robes with his left hand. He grabbed Gabrielle by the waist with his right hand, Fleur was too weak to hold her. He looked at Fleur. Grab my dorsal fin. Fleur hesitated, then grabbed the ridge of spines on Harry's back. Harry looked at Crumb and Cedric. Go. Harry pumped his tail. He was carrying 2 people and towing a third. It should have been impossible. But Harry channeled the magic of the lake itself. He commanded the water to push him. He shot upward like a missile. The surface. The crowd was screaming. The hour was up. No one had surfaced yet. Suddenly, the water erupted. 3 figures breached the surface in a spray of foam. Cedric and Cho, followed closely by Crumb and Hermione. The crowd cheered. But where was Harry? Where was Fleur? 10 seconds passed. 20. Something's wrong. Hermione screamed from the dock, coughing up water. Harry was fighting the whole village. Then, the center of the lake began to bubble. It started as a fizz, then a boil. The water turned a distinct shade of glowing green. Whoosh! Harry launched out of the water. He cleared 10 feet of air, a sleek, black, aquatic monster silhouetted against the gray sky. In one hand, he held Ron. In the other, Gabrielle. Clinging to his back was Fleur. He landed on the dock with a heavy, wet thud. The crowd went silent. They were looking at a monster. Harry dropped Ron and Gabrielle gently. They gasped, waking up instantly as they hit the air. Fleur slid off his back, collapsing to her knees, coughing. Harry stood there. He was terrifying. Water ran off his scales. His gills flared, gasping in the thin air. His eyes were burning lamps. Harry. Dumbledore stepped forward, wand loosely held at his side. Harry closed his eyes. Revert. It was painful this time. The magic had settled deep. His bones crunched, shrinking. The scales receded, dissolving into mist. The tail split, reforming into legs. The gills sealed up. Harry fell to his knees, shivering violently. He was back in his human form, soaked, shirtless, and freezing. "Towel," Harry wheezed. "Please." Madame Pomfrey was there in a second, wrapping him in a blanket so thick it felt like a rug. "You idiot," she scolded, though her hands were gentle. "Transforming in freezing water. Your core temperature is erratic." Fleur crawled over to him. She didn't care about the cameras. She didn't care about the slime. She grabbed Harry's face and kissed him on the forehead. Then she hugged him, burying her face in his wet shoulder. "You saved her," she sobbed. "You saved her. You are crazy. You are a monster. Thank you." Harry patted her back awkwardly. "All in a day's work, Frenchie." Ron sat up, looking around. "Did I miss it? Did we win?" "You were unconscious, Ron," Harry said, teeth chattering. "You were the luggage." The judge's announcement took 20 minutes because Percy Weasley kept arguing about statutes regarding the use of creature magic. Finally, Ludo Bagman stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen. An extraordinary event. Mr. Diggory returned first with his hostage. Full marks. Cheers for Hufflepuff. Mr. Crumb returned second. Although his transformation was incomplete, he was effective. Polite applause. Miss Delacour, unfortunately, did not retrieve her hostage. Fleur hung her head. However, Bagman bellowed. Mr. Potter, who reached the village first, and who successfully retrieved his own hostage, also retrieved Miss Delacour's hostage. And he did so while fighting off the entire Mare army. The crowd went wild. We award Mr. Potter 50 points. Giving him the lead. Harry didn't cheer. He was too busy drinking hot chocolate laced with pepper-up potion. As the crowd began to disperse, Harry felt eyes on him. Not the adoring fans. Not the jealous rivals. A cold, clinical gaze. He looked toward the edge of the forbidden forest. Standing in the shadows of the trees was a figure in a gray cloak. The figure wasn't looking at Harry's face. He was looking at Harry's hands, which were still trembling slightly from the transformation residue. The figure held a small, metallic object in his hand. It wasn't a wand. It looked like a chain made of dark, dull gray metal. "You are you," Harry's instincts whispered. "Metal from the stars. Metal that binds gods." The figure, Zero, nodded once, slowly. "A promise. I see what you are. And I am coming." Harry narrowed his eyes. He raised his cup of hot chocolate in a mock toast. "Bring it on, spook," Harry whispered. Zero turned and melted into the shadows. "Harry?" Hermione asked, wrapping a towel around her wet hair. "Who are you waving at?" "Just the fan club," Harry said, standing up. "Come on. I need to sleep for a week. Being a fish is exhausting." Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Unspeakable War. Hogsmeade was supposed to be a break. A nice, snowy, sugar-coated distraction where students could pretend the most stressful thing in their lives was whether or not Honeydukes was out of chocolate frogs. For Harry Potter, it was a tactical nightmare. The village was packed. Students from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang were clogging the streets, turning the quaint little town into a mosh pit of hormones and brightly colored winter cloaks. The snow was falling in thick, lazy flakes, muffling the sound of footsteps but doing absolutely nothing to dampen the noise of 1,000 teenagers shouting to be heard. Harry walked between Ron and Hermione, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his heavy bomber jacket. He wasn't wearing school robes. He'd transfigured his clothes earlier into something more practical, dark cargo pants, combat boots, and a jacket that looked like muggle leather but was actually woven from the shed skin of a Hebridean black dragon. It was spell-resistant, fireproof, and looked incredibly cool. "I'm just saying," Ron said, waving a half-eaten cauldron cake around. "Crumb might be a shark man, but did you see the way he looked at Hermione? Like she was a shiny pebble he wanted to hoard." Hermione blushed, pulling her scarf tighter around her face. "He was perfectly polite, Ron. And he's very intelligent. We had a fascinating conversation about the magical properties of Bulgarian rosewater." "Riveting," Harry drawled, scanning the rooftops. "I'm sure that kept you on the edge of your seat." "It was better than listening to you two argue about Quidditch stats for 3 hours," she shot back. Harry stopped. He didn't look at them. He looked at a reflection in the window of Gladrag's wizard wear. Behind them, in the reflection, 3 figures were moving through the crowd. They weren't students. They weren't teachers. They wore gray cloaks that seemed to blur, making your eyes slide right off them. They moved with a synchronized, predatory rhythm. Unspeakables. The Department of Mysteries cleanup crew. Harry felt a cold prickle at the base of his neck. They weren't here for butterbeer. "Guys," Harry said, keeping his voice light and casual. "I just remembered. I need to buy socks." "Socks?" Ron frowned. "Harry, you have a drawer full of socks. Dobby knits you a new pair every Tuesday. You have socks with blinking lights on them." "I need specific socks," Harry lied smoothly. "Dragon wool. Very rare. Very itchy. You two go to the 3 Broomsticks. Get a table. Order me 3 butterbeers. I'll catch up." "Harry," Hermione warned, sensing the shift in his tone. "You're doing that thing again. I'm about to do something reckless thing." "I'm just buying socks, Hermione. It's retail therapy. Go. I'll be 10 minutes. He didn't wait for an answer. He turned and ducked into a side alley between the post office and a boarded-up shop. As soon as he was out of sight, his demeanor changed. The bored teenager vanished. The predator emerged. He walked fast, heading away from the high street, away from the students. He headed toward the edge of the village, where the houses thinned out and the dark, twisting tree line of the forbidden forest began. He needed space. He needed a kill box where no one would get caught in the crossfire. He reached a clearing near the shrieking shack. The snow here was pristine, untouched. The fence was broken. Harry stopped in the center of the clearing. He stood still, listening. The silence was wrong. It was too heavy. The birds had stopped singing. The wind had died. "You can come out now," Harry said to the empty air. "I know you're not shy." For a second, nothing happened. Then, the world rippled. It started at the edges of his vision. The color drained out of the trees, turning the vibrant green pines into dull, gray sketches. The sound of the distant village cut off instantly, as if someone had severed a speaker wire. A dome. A silence ward combined with a visual exclusion zone. High-level stuff. 10 figures shimmered into existence around the perimeter of the clearing. They formed a perfect circle, boxing him in. They wore gray robes with no house crests, no ministry badges. Their faces were covered by smooth, featureless silver masks that looked like liquid mercury. They didn't hold wands. They held staffs, short, metal rods etched with glowing runes. Unspeakables. The Zero Squad. One figure stepped forward. He was taller than the others, his gray cloak lined with silver fur. He held a device in his left hand, a cube that pulsed with a low, thrumming beat. "Target confirmed," the figure said. His voice was synthesized, stripped of all humanity. "Divine anomaly. Classification, Loki spawn. Lethal force authorized." Harry laughed. It was a sharp, barking sound in the dead silence. Loki spawn. Harry grinned, cracking his knuckles. That's a bit reductive, isn't it? I prefer Agent of Chaos. Or, your worst nightmare. Take your pick. Surrender is not an option, the leader, Zero, stated. Containment or termination. I pick option C, Harry said. Embarrassment. Zero raised his hand. Execute. The 10 unspeakables slammed their staffs into the ground simultaneously. Tum. The gravity in the clearing shifted. It increased tenfold in a split second. Harry felt his knees buckle. It was like an invisible mountain had been dropped on his shoulders. The snow around him was instantly compressed into ice. His bones creaked. Most wizards would have been flattened. Their lungs would have collapsed. Harry just gritted his teeth. He felt the crushing weight, and his blood responded. Adapt. His muscles hardened, density increasing instantly to match the pressure. His skin took on a metallic sheen. He stood up slowly, fighting the gravity well, pushing back against the invisible force. Is that it? Harry grunted, straightening his spine. I've had heavier workloads in history of magic. He moved. He didn't cast a spell. He just stepped. But with the gravity increased, his step had the force of a hydraulic press. He launched himself at the nearest unspeakable. The unspeakable raised his staff, firing a beam of purple entropy magic, stuff that aged whatever it touched by 1,000 years. Harry didn't dodge. He shifted. Mid-air, Harry's body dissolved into a swarm of black ravens. The purple beam hit a few birds, turning them to dust, but the rest of the flock swirled around the beam, reforming behind the unspeakable. Harry solidified. He was human again, but his arm was a massive, chitinous claw. He backhanded the unspeakable. Crack. The gray figure flew sideways, smashing through a tree trunk. The gravity well flickered as one of the anchors went down. 1 down, Harry counted. 9 to go. The remaining unspeakables didn't panic. They adjusted. 3 of them pointed their staffs at the ground. The earth turned to liquid quicksand. Harry sank to his knees. 3 more pointed their staffs at the sky. Lightning, silent, red lightning, crackled down. The last 3 rushed him, drawing serrated daggers that glowed with anti-magic poisons. Okay, Harry muttered as the mud sucked at his legs. Now we're playing. He slammed his hands onto the liquid earth. Freeze. He didn't use the spell Glacius. He injected the concept of stasis into the mud. The ground instantly turned into solid diamond. Not ice. Diamond. The unspeakables rushing him slipped, their boots losing traction on the frictionless surface. Harry pulled his legs out of the diamond with a wet pop. The red lightning struck. Harry caught it. He didn't block it. He raised his left hand, which had morphed into a lightning rod, a copper-skinned limb with grounding wires running under the skin. The lightning hit his palm. Zop. It hurt. It burned. But Harry channeled the energy, letting it flow through his body, using his own nervous system as a capacitor. His eyes glowed bright red. Return to sender. Harry yelled. He pointed his other hand at the 3 lightning casters. He fired the energy back, but he twisted it. He added a little chaos. The red lightning turned into a swarm of electric eels made of pure plasma. The eels swam through the air, shrieking. The unspeakables put up shields. The eels ate the shields. Boom. 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 3 more unspeakables went down, convulsing as the electric constructs shocked them into unconsciousness. 6 left, Harry panted. He was enjoying this. The adrenaline was singing in his veins. 0, the leader, hadn't moved. He was watching, analyzing. He tapped the cube in his hand. Phase 2, Zero commanded. Dimensional anchor. The remaining 5 unspeakables dropped their staffs. They pulled out chains. These weren't normal chains. They were dull, dark gray metal. They didn't reflect light. They seemed to absorb it. You are you, Harry realized. Asgardian metal. The real deal. They spun the chains. Harry tried to blink, to teleport away. He couldn't. The air felt thick, like glue. The chains were generating a field that locked spacetime. Clever, Harry muttered. The 5 unspeakables threw the chains. Harry dodged 2. He deflected one with a summoned shield of solid air. But the other 2 hit. One chain wrapped around his left ankle. The other wrapped around his right wrist. The moment the metal touched his skin, Harry screamed. It wasn't heat. It was the sensation of being defined. The chaos in his blood rebelled against the absolute order of the metal. It felt like his soul was being put in a vice. Arg. Harry fell to one knee. The diamond ground cracked under him. The unspeakables pulled taut. Harry was pinned. Zero walked forward calmly. He put the cube away and drew a long, thin blade. It was made of the same dark metal. You fight well for a half-breed, Zero said, his synthesized voice emotionless. But you are messy. You rely on instinct. We rely on calculus. Calculus is boring, Harry gasped, trying to shift his wrist to slip the chain. He couldn't. His shifting was locked. The metal prevented his form from changing. He was stuck as a human. It is effective, Zero said. He stopped 5 feet from Harry. The department cannot allow a chaotic variable of your magnitude to exist. You threaten the statute. You threaten the planetary barriers. If the All-Father looks this way, he brings war. We are saving the world by removing the bait. You're not saving anything, Harry gritted out. Sweat dripped down his face. You're just afraid. Fear is a survival mechanism. Zero raised the blade. Goodbye, Mr. Potter. He lunged. Time seemed to slow down. Harry looked at the blade. It was aimed at his heart. He couldn't shift. He couldn't teleport. He couldn't use his wand, which was in his pocket, useless against this tech. He was going to die. No. Something deep inside Harry snapped. It wasn't a conscious thought. It was the breaking of a dam. The lock on his core, the mental barrier he kept up to stop himself from going full eldritch horror, shattered. He didn't look at the blade. He looked at the concept of the blade. I reject your reality and substitute my own. Harry's eyes rolled back. They didn't turn white. They turned into voids. Swirling, infinite abysses of green nebula. No. The word wasn't spoken. It was detonated. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated green energy exploded from Harry's body. It hit Zero like a freight train. The unspeakable was blasted backward, skidding across the diamond ground. The chains holding Harry didn't break. They melted. The URU metal, forged in the heart of a dying star, couldn't handle the sheer corrosive output of Harry's chaos. It turned into gray sludge and dripped off his wrists. Harry stood up. He wasn't Harry Potter anymore. He was taller. His clothes had shredded, replaced by a manifestation of his magic, a suit of armor made of green and gold energy, shifting and smoking. 2 massive, curved horns grew from his forehead, curling back like a crown of bone. The air around him warped. The snow stopped falling. It hung in mid-air, then turned into ash. Then into flower petals. Then into blood. Harry looked at his hands. They were glowing. You brought chains, Harry's voice echoed. It sounded like 3 people speaking at once, a child, a man, and a demon. To a god fight. Zero scrambled to his feet. His mask was cracked. Impossible. Midgardian reality cannot support that energy density. I'm not asking it to support me, Harry said, taking a step forward. The ground under his boot ceased to exist, replaced by floating stones in a void. I'm rewriting it. The 5 unspeakables with the chains tried to regroup. They pulled out wands this time, last resort. Avada Kedavra. 5 green jets of light shot toward Harry. The killing curse. The unblockable spell. Harry didn't blink. He just opened his mouth and inhaled. The green jets of light were sucked into his mouth like spaghetti. He swallowed the magic. He burped. A small puff of green smoke came out. Spicy, Harry commented. He raised a hand. He snapped his fingers. Pop. The 5 unspeakables didn't die. That would be too easy. They turned into garden gnomes. Stone, bearded, fishing rod holding garden gnomes. They fell to the ground with a clatter, their wands turning into tiny wooden fishing poles. Zero stared at his squad. He looked at Harry. The logic in his brain was failing. This wasn't magic. This was admin access to the universe. What, are you? Zero whispered, stepping back. Harry floated forward. He didn't walk, space just moved him. He stopped inches from Zero. He towered over the man. I am the glitch, Harry whispered. He reached out and tapped Zero's mask. The mask shattered. Underneath was a man. Just a normal, terrified man with a scar on his chin and gray eyes wide with horror. Harry let the energy fade. The horns retracted. The green armor dissolved into smoke. The floating stones turned back into mud and snow. Harry stood there, breathing heavily. He was back to his human form, but he looked wrecked. His nose was bleeding. His hands were shaking. The skin on his wrists was burned raw where the chains had been. He grabbed Zero by the collar of his cloak. Listen to me, Harry rasped. His voice was human again, but dangerous. And listen good. Zero trembled. I am listening. You go back to your department, Harry hissed. You go back to the croaker. And you tell him this, the barrier is fine. I'm not opening the door for Odin. I like it here. There's pizza and Quidditch. Harry tightened his grip. But if you ever, try to put me in a cage again. If you threaten my friends. If you interrupt my shopping trip. Harry leaned in, his eyes flashing that radioactive green one last time. I will turn the Department of Mysteries into a spirit Halloween store. Do you understand? Zero nodded frantically. Yes. Understood. Threat assessment updated. Avoidance recommended. Good boy. Harry shoved him away. Now take your garden gnomes and get out of my sight. Zero didn't hesitate. He grabbed the pile of stone gnomes, activated a port key on his belt, and vanished with a crack. The silence returned to the clearing. Harry stood alone in the snow. The adrenaline crashed. The pain hit him all at once. His wrists were screaming. His magical core felt like it had been scooped out with a melon baller. Ow, Harry whined, clutching his wrist. That really hurt. Harry. A voice came from the edge of the trees. A rough, familiar voice. Harry spun around, hand going to his wand instinctively, then dropping it when he saw who it was. A large, shaggy black dog was stepping out of the shadows. It blurred and shifted, transforming into a gaunt man with long dark hair and tattered robes. Sirius Black. He looked better than he had in the summer, but he still looked haunted. Right now, he looked terrified. Sirius, Harry said, forcing a smile. Hey. I was wondering when you'd show up. Did you see the gnomes? I think the one with the red hat was the squad leader. Sirius didn't smile. He walked slowly across the clearing, his eyes fixed on Harry. He looked at the melted URU metal on the ground. He looked at the diamond patch of earth. He looked at Harry's bleeding wrists. I saw, Sirius said softly. I saw everything. Harry flinched. He looked away. Yeah. Look, I can explain. It's a bit of a long story involving some recessive genes and maybe a mythological deity or two. Lily, Sirius whispered. He stopped in front of Harry. He didn't look angry. He looked awestruck. James always wondered. He knew she was powerful. Evan's blood, he said. But she was more. She summoned something, Harry admitted, looking at his boots. Or someone. I'm not really a Potter, Sirius. Not by blood. I'm a monster. A cuckoo in the nest. He waited for the rejection. He waited for Sirius to back away, to see the danger, to realize that his godson was a ticking time bomb. Instead, Sirius laughed. It was a bark-like laugh, full of genuine mirth. A monster? Sirius grinned, grabbing Harry by the shoulders. Harry, I'm a Grimm. Moony is a werewolf. Your mother was a charms prodigy who could singe your eyebrows off if you looked at her wrong. And James? James was a stag who liked to headbutt people. Sirius pulled Harry into a hug. It was tight. It smelled like wet dog and stale tobacco, but it was the most grounding thing Harry had felt all day. We're a family of monsters, kid, Sirius murmured into his hair. You just happen to be the king of the monsters. And that is bloody brilliant. Harry felt the tension drain out of him. He sagged against Sirius. I thought you'd be scared. I am scared, Sirius said, pulling back and looking him in the eye. That power, it's heavy, Harry. It draws attention. Those unspeakables, they won't stop. Not forever. I know. And Voldemort, Sirius's eyes darkened. If he finds out what you are, he won't just try to kill you. He'll try to use you. Let him try, Harry said, a flicker of the green fire returning to his eyes. I'm done hiding, Sirius. I'm done being the boy in the cupboard. I'm going to win this tournament. I'm going to break his ritual. And then I'm going to reshape this world until it stops trying to hurt the people I like. Sirius looked at the scars on Harry's wrists. He reached into his robe pocket and pulled out a small jar of salve. Okay, Sirius said, dabbing the ointment onto the burns. It stung, then cooled. But first, we heal. Then, we plan. The third task is a maze, right? Yeah. Hagrid says they're growing the hedges already. It's not just hedges, Sirius said grimly. I've been prowling the forest at night. Something is wrong with the land, Harry. The roots, they're drinking something foul. Voldemort isn't just waiting for the final task. He's corrupting the arena. Harry looked toward the castle in the distance. He could feel it now that he focused, a low, throbbing infection in the earth. He's cheating, Harry said. Typical. What are you going to do? Harry grinned. It was the sharp, chaotic grin. If he wants to turn the maze into a horror movie, Harry said, then I'm going to have to be the scariest thing in it. 2 months later, the month of May. The transition from winter to spring usually meant flowers and sunshine. At Hogwarts, this year, it meant dread. The castle was quiet. The excitement of the tournament had faded into a tense, waiting game. Everyone knew the final task was dangerous. Everyone remembered Cedric's burns and the merpeople. Harry had spent the last 2 months training. Not learning spells, he knew enough spells. He was training his will. He spent hours in the room of requirement, creating pocket realities and trying to hold them stable. He practiced shifting faster, moving from human to wolf to mist to stone in a heartbeat. He was ready. He sat in the library with Hermione and Ron. The atmosphere was heavy. "The maze is 30 feet high," Ron whispered, looking at a diagram on the table. "They've put sphinxes in there. And acromantulas. And blast-ended scroots. It's an obstacle course," Hermione said, though her voice trembled. "You just need to keep your head. Navigation spells. Point me. Red sparks if you're in danger." Harry was balancing a quill on his nose. "Or, I could just burn the hedges down." "Harry!" Hermione scandalized. "That's against the spirit of the game." "The game is trying to kill me, Hermione. I think the spirit left the building a long time ago." Suddenly, a shadow fell over the table. Victor Crumb stood there. He looked rough. He had dark circles under his eyes. "Harry," Crumb grunted. "Can I, Vord? In private?" Harry let the quill drop. "Sure, Vic. What's up?" They walked to the stacks, away from prying ears. Crumb leaned in close. He smelled of fear. "It is Karkaroff," Crumb whispered. "He is, unraveling. He talks to his arm. The dark mark, it is getting darker." "I know," Harry said. "Voldemort is getting close. Karkaroff is afraid. He plans to flee," Crumb said. "But before he goes, he wants me to do something. He wants me to ensure you do not reach the cup." Harry raised an eyebrow. "He asked you to take me out." "He ordered me," Crumb corrected. "Under threat of complications for my family." Harry's eyes narrowed. "He threatened your family?" "He is a coward," Crumb spat. "I do not want to do this, Harry. You are honorable. You saved the little girl. But I do not know what to do." Harry put a hand on Crumb's shoulder. Crumb was a big guy, but Harry felt solid as a rock. "Victor," Harry said seriously. "Listen to me. When we get in that maze, you do whatever you have to do. Cast whatever you have to cast. I won't hold it against you." But, Harry interrupted. "If Karkaroff thinks he can threaten people, leave him to me. After the task, I'm going to have a little chat with him about the definition of diplomatic immunity. Crumb looked relieved. "You are, strange wizard, Harry." "I'm barely a wizard at all," Harry winked. "Now, go back to your ship. Get some sleep. You look like a zombie." As the date of the third task approached, the corruption in the Forbidden Forest grew worse. Harry could feel it at night. It was an itch under his skin. The ley lines of Hogwarts were screaming. He stood on the astronomy tower one night, looking down at the Quidditch pitch. It was gone. Replaced by a massive, writhing block of dark green hedges. The maze. It looked alive. It breathed. Fog curled around the entrance like fingers. "It's a trap," Harry said to the wind. "Obviously," a dreamy voice replied. Harry didn't turn. Luna was leaning on the railing next to him. She was wearing a hat made of a real lion's head. It was dead. She found it, she claimed. "The Nargles say the center of the maze isn't in Scotland," Luna said, staring at the moon. "It's a anchor point. A door. A port key," Harry nodded. "To a graveyard. Are you going to go through the door?" "I have to," Harry said. "If I don't, he'll just keep trying. He'll hurt Ron. He'll hurt Fleur. He'll hurt you." Luna smiled. She reached out and took Harry's hand. Her skin was cool. "When you meet the Dark Man," Luna said softly, "don't try to be a hero, Harry. Heroes die. What should I be then?" Luna looked at him with her large, silvery eyes. "Be the trickster," she said. "Make him laugh until he chokes." Harry squeezed her hand. Deal. He looked back at the maze. Tomorrow was the third task. Tomorrow, the game ended. Harry felt the chaos in his chest coil like a spring. He wasn't afraid. He was excited. He was going to turn Voldemort's grand resurrection party into the biggest prank in history. Rest up, Tom, Harry whispered to the dark horizon. You're going to need your energy. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The Maze of Madness. The sun had set hours ago, leaving the Scottish Highlands draped in a heavy, suffocating darkness that felt less like the absence of light and more like a physical weight pressing down on your chest. The air was cold, unseasonably so for late May, carrying the damp, earthy scent of upturned soil and something sharper, something that smelled like old copper and fear. The Quidditch pitch was gone. In its place stood a monstrosity. The hedges were 20 feet high, looking less like plants and more like solid walls of black obsidian that just happened to be made of leaves. They didn't rustle in the wind because there was no wind. They just stood there, absorbing the light from the floating candles, radiating a malice that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up and salute. The stands were packed. Thousands of people, students, parents, foreign dignitaries, and ministry officials, were crammed into the benches, their faces illuminated by the eerie glow of the maze's entrance. The band was playing something upbeat and heroic, a brassy tune that clashed violently with the grim reality of what was sitting in the middle of the field. Harry Potter stood at the entrance, cracking his knuckles one by one. Pop pop pop. He wasn't wearing robes. Robes were for wizards who liked to trip over their own hemlines while running for their lives. Harry was decked out in tactical gear. He transfigured himself, black cargo pants with reinforced knees, a fitted grey combat shirt made of dragon silk that breathed better than cotton and stopped minor hexes like Kevlar, and heavy boots with grip soles designed for uneven terrain. You look like you're going to war, Cedric Diggory whispered, standing next to him. Cedric looked pale. He was bouncing on the balls of his feet, trying to shake out the adrenaline. He looked like the perfect Hogwarts champion, handsome, brave, and completely out of his depth. It is a war, said, Harry replied, his voice low. Just a quiet one. The hedges are hungry. Hungry? Cedric laughed nervously. That's a figure of speech, right? Harry looked at the nearest hedge. A thorny vine slowly uncurled, tasting the air like a snake's tongue before snapping back into the foliage. Sure, Harry lied. Figure of speech. Ludo Bagman's voice boomed over the stadium, amplified by a sonorous charm that made the ground vibrate. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. The crowd roared. It was a bloodthirsty sound. They wanted a show. They had no idea they were cheering for a death trap corrupted by a Dark Lord. The standings are as follows. Bagman shouted. In first place, with 85 points. Mr. Harry Potter of the Institute of Chaos. More cheering, mixed with a few confused mutters about what the Institute actually was. In second place, Mr. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. In third, Mr. Victor Crumb for Durmstrang. And in fourth, Miss Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. Harry glanced down the line. Victor Crumb was staring at the maze with dead eyes. Literally dead. His pupils were dilated, his expression slack. He looked like a man who was hearing instructions from a radio inside his head. Imperious, Harry noted. Karkaroff is desperate. Fleur looked determined, but she was shivering. She caught Harry's eye and gave a small, shaky nod. Harry winked back. Now, Harry, Bagman continued, leaning over the railing of the judge's box. On my whistle, you enter. The cup is located in the center of the maze. The first to touch it takes the victory. 3, 2, 1. Weet-teet. The whistle blew. Harry didn't run. He walked. He stepped into the gap in the hedges. The moment he crossed the threshold, the noise of the crowd cut off instantly. It wasn't a fade out, it was a mute button. 1 second, roaring cheers, the next, absolute, ringing silence. The path ahead was dark, lit only by a faint, sickly blue mist that clung to the ground. Behind him, the hedge grew shut. The branches knit together with a wet, squelching sound, sealing him in. "Right," Harry whispered to the gloom. "Let's see what you've got." He started walking. The maze wasn't just a physical puzzle. It was a psychological meat grinder. 10 minutes in, Harry realized the geometry was wrong. He'd walked straight for 500 yards, but his internal compass, the chaos sense that usually told him where north was spinning like a top. The path curved when it looked straight. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like lungs. "Point me," Harry muttered, holding his wand flat on his palm. The wand spun wildly, then pointed straight up at the sky. "Cute," Harry said. "Spatial distortion. Very Alice in Wonderland. He put the wand away. He didn't need a compass. He needed to follow the smell of rot. The cup was the center, and the corruption was strongest at the center. He turned left at a junction that looked identical to the right one. The mist thickened. It swirled around his boots, rising up to his knees. Shapes began to form in the fog. Shadowy figures. Harry stopped. A figure stepped out of the mist ahead. It was Vernon Dursley. But not the fat, blustering Vernon. This Vernon was gaunt, his eyes hollow, holding a belt that dripped with black oil. "Boy," the phantom Vernon rasped. "Freak. You did this. You ruined everything. A boggart. Or something close to it. A fear construct generated by the maze's enchantment." Harry tilted his head. "You know, you're not very scary anymore, Vernon. You're just tedious." The phantom roared and charged. Harry didn't cast ridiculous. He didn't cast stupefy. He just stepped forward and backhanded the ghost. His hand passed through the mist, but his magic, the raw, chaotic will, slapped the construct's magical matrix. Crack. The phantom Vernon shattered into 1,000 tiny, squeaking rubber ducks. They waddled away into the fog, quacking mournfully. "Next," Harry said, stepping over a duck. The path twisted again. The ground became spongy, like walking on a giant tongue. The air grew warmer, humid and sticky. Scree! A sound like a fork on a chalkboard echoed from the darkness ahead. Blast-ended scruts. Hagrid's little abominations. Harry turned the corner and stopped. Little was an understatement. The scrut blocking the path was the size of a tank. It was a horrific mashup of a scorpion, a crab, and a nightmare. Its shell was thick, gray armor plates. Its tail curved over its back, ending in a stinger that dripped sizzling venom. And from its rear end, sparks were shooting out, scorching the hedges. It saw Harry. It hissed, mandibles clicking. "Hagrid really needs to stop crossbreeding illegal species," Harry sighed. "You're ugly. Like, really ugly." The scrut charged. It moved shockingly fast for something that looked like a dumpster fire with legs. Harry analyzed the threat. Spell-resistant shell. Unprotected underbelly, but it's low to the ground. Dangerous at both ends. He could shift into a rhino and smash it. He could shift into a bird and fly over. Nah, Harry thought. Let's try something new. He focused on his skin. Harder. Slicker. His skin turned a metallic, oily black. Ferrofluid form. Harry ran at the monster. The scrut thrust its stinger. It aimed for Harry's chest. Harry didn't dodge. He slid. He dropped to his knees, his frictionless, metallic pants gliding over the mossy ground like he was on ice. He slid right under the scrut's massive pincers. As he passed underneath the soft, pale belly of the beast, Harry raised his hand. He concentrated his magic into a single, sharp point. Defindo Maxima. He slashed upward with a blade of pure magical force. Squelch. The skrut shrieked, a high, bubbling sound. Harry slid out the other side, stood up, and kept walking without looking back. Behind him, the massive creature collapsed, its legs twitching as purple ichor pooled on the ground. Messy, Harry critiqued, wiping a spot of goo off his shoulder. Effective, but messy. 20 minutes later, the maze decided it was done with physical threats and wanted to play mind games. Harry was walking down a long, straight corridor of hedges when the world flipped. Gravity reversed. Harry didn't fall up. The ground just suddenly became the ceiling. He slammed into the dark sky, which was actually an invisible barrier, and hung there, looking down at the path which was now 20 feet above him. "Oh, come on," Harry groaned, blood rushing to his head. "This is just annoying." He looked down at the path. A golden mist was rolling in. If he fell into the sky barrier, he'd just float there. He needed to get back to the earth ceiling. He saw movement on the path above him. Fleur Delacour. She was running upside down, from his perspective. She looked terrified. Her beautiful uniform was torn, her hair wild. She was casting spells behind her, flashes of red and blue light illuminating the hedges. Something was chasing her. Vines. Not just vines, tendrils of the hedge itself, thick as pythons, whipping and snapping, trying to grab her ankles. "Fleur!" Harry yelled. His voice didn't carry. The gravity distortion was messing with sound waves too. She tripped. A vine lashed out, wrapping around her calf. She screamed, a silent, horrible open-mouthed cry. The vine yanked her backward. She clawed at the dirt, her wand slipping from her fingers. Harry felt a surge of cold anger. The maze wasn't testing them. It was hunting them. He needed to get down, up. He focused on his own mass. Heavy. Be heavy. He visualized himself as a neutron star. Density infinite. The gravity spell of the maze fought him. It tried to keep him pinned to the sky. But Harry's conceptual weight broke the spell's hold. He fell. He plummeted 20 feet up, toward the ground. He realized too late that becoming super heavy and falling was a bad combo for landing. Shift. Mid-air, he turned into a slime mold. A gelatinous, green blob. Splat. He hit the path next to Fleur. The impact sounded like a wet towel hitting a wall. He instantly reformed into human shape, absorbing the kinetic energy. Fleur was being dragged into the hedge wall. The thorns were cutting into her leg. Harry lunged. He grabbed her hand. "Gotcha." He pulled. He was stronger than he looked, the demigod durability kicking in. He dug his boots into the dirt and hauled her back. The hedge fought back. More vines shot out, aiming for Harry's throat. Harry didn't blink. His eyes flashed green. Wither. He spoke the word in the language of decay. It was a command to the plant's cells. Die. Dry out. Turn to dust. A wave of gray energy shot down his arm, through Fleur, and into the vine holding her. The vine instantly turned brown, then black, then crumbled into ash. The corruption spread, killing a 10-foot section of the hedge wall in seconds. The screaming of the plants died down. Fleur gasped, scrambling away from the wall. She was sobbing, clutching her bleeding leg. "Harry." She wheezed. It tried to eat me." "I know," Harry said grimly, helping her up. "Can you walk?" She tried to put weight on the leg and collapsed with a cry. "No. The thorns, poison." Harry looked at her leg. The scratches were purple and swollen. "Neurotoxin." He looked down the path. The fog was closing in again. I can't carry you and fight, Fleur, Harry said gently. Not here. Not with what's coming. Leave me, she whispered, grabbing his collar. Go. Win. But, be careful. Crumb. I saw him. He is, not right. He attacked me. That is why I ran into the trap. Crumb attacked you? Harry's eyes narrowed. With magic? Cruciatus, she shuddered. He missed. But his eyes, empty. Harry nodded. Okay. Red sparks. Get out of here. I'll deal with Crumb. Fleur fumbled for her wand. She pointed it at the sky. Periculum. A shower of red sparks exploded overhead, burning bright against the black void. Stay here, Harry said. The teachers will come. Harry, she called as he turned to leave. He looked back. Kick his ass, she said fiercely. Harry grinned. With pleasure. He took off running. The maze seemed angry now. Harry had killed part of it. The hedges lashed out at him as he ran, branches whipping like switches. Harry didn't slow down. He flowed. When a branch swung low, he slid. When a root tripped him, he rolled. He was a parkour master fueled by chaos magic. He treated the lethal obstacles like a playground. He reached a massive clearing. Blocking the path was a creature out of mythology. A Shapeshifting. It was majestic, with the body of a giant lion and the face of a woman. It paced back and forth, its tail twitching. Harry skidded to a halt. Let me guess, Harry panted. Riddle? The Shapeshifting sat down, blocking the archway that led deeper in. You are correct, she said. Her voice was deep and resonant, like a cello. To pass, you must answer. Answer wrong, and I attack. Walk away, and the path remains closed. I'm in a hurry, Harry said, tapping his foot. Hit me. The Shapeshifting smiled. It was a terrifying smile. First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of the end. And finally give me the sound often heard, during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this, which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? Harry blinked. He stared at the Shapeshifting. Really? Harry asked. That's it? The Shapeshifting looked expectant. Person in disguise. Spy. Middle of middle, letter D. Sound looking for a word. Air. Spider, Harry recited rapidly. The answer is a spider. The Shapeshifting looked disappointed. That was fast. Correct. You may pass. She moved her paw aside. Harry didn't move. He looked at the Shapeshifting. A mischievous glint entered his eye. Wait, Harry said. I have a riddle for you. The Shapeshifting paused. I am the guardian. I ask the riddles. But if you're truly wise, Harry challenged, stepping closer, surely you can answer one simple question. If you can't, you have to tell me the shortcut to the center. The creature's pride was piqued. Very well. Ask your riddle, wizard. Harry grinned. It was the grin of Loki. Listen carefully, Harry said. This statement is false. The Shapeshifting blinked. That is, not a riddle. Is it true, or is it false? Harry pressed. If the statement is true, then it says it's false, so it must be false. But if it's false, then this statement is false, is a lie, which means it must be true. The Shapeshifting's human face frowned. Her lion claws dug into the dirt. It is. True. False. Both? Neither. Harry leaned in. Come on. You're a magical construct of logic. Process it. The SPHNX's eyes began to twitch. A low humming sound emanated from her chest. If true, then false, logic loop detected, syntax error. Her head began to jerk spasmodically. Smoke started to pour out of her ears. Her eyes rolled back, revealing white sclera. Does a set of all sets contain itself? Harry shouted, throwing another paradox grenade. System failure, the SPHNX roared in a voice that sounded like grinding gears. She collapsed onto her side, twitching. Her magic unraveled, the construct crashing under the weight of the impossibility. Rebooting. She mumbled into the dirt. Harry patted her massive paw. Don't worry, you'll figure it out in a few centuries. He walked past the glitching monster and through the archway. The sounds of screaming cut through the silence. It wasn't a monster screaming. It was a human. Harry's head snapped up. Cedric. He broke into a sprint. He abandoned stealth. He abandoned preserving energy. He tore through the maze, blasting hedges apart with waves of kinetic force. He burst into a long, narrow lane. At the far end, Cedric Diggory was on the ground. He was writhing, screaming in agony. Standing over him was Victor Crumb. Crumb looked horrific. His eyes were completely white, no iris, no pupil. He was holding his wand steady, pointing it at Cedric's chest. Crucio. Crumb chanted. His voice was flat, monotonous. Red lightning crackled from his wand, engulfing Cedric. The Hufflepuff boy arched his back, his screams tearing at his throat. Harry saw red. Not the red of the spell. The red of pure, unadulterated rage. Torture. The one thing Harry, no matter how chaotic, no matter how morally gray, could not abide. It was the weapon of the weak. The weapon of bullies. Harry didn't shout a warning. He didn't cast a disarming charm. He blinked. Space folded. One moment, Harry was 50 yards away. The next, he existed directly between Crumb and Cedric. He materialized facing Crumb. The Cruciatus curse hit Harry in the chest. It hurt. It felt like every nerve ending in his body was being dipped in acid. It felt like his bones were melting. But Harry didn't scream. He gritted his teeth, his eyes locking onto Crumb's blank ones. He fed on the pain. He took the agony and threw it into the furnace of his core. Harry took a step forward, fighting the curse. Crumb's face showed a flicker of confusion. The spell should have incapacitated him. Why was he walking? Harry reached out. His hand was trembling, wreathed in green smoke. He grabbed Crumb's wand. The wood sizzled against his palm. Harry squeezed. Crack. Crumb's wand shattered. The spell cut off instantly. Harry didn't stop. He grabbed Crumb by the throat with his other hand and lifted the massive Bulgarian into the air. Crumb's feet dangled a foot off the ground. Wake up, Harry snarled. He head-butted Crumb. Thud. Harry's forehead, reinforced by magic, met Crumb's nose. Crumb's eyes rolled back in his head. He went limp, unconscious before he hit the ground. Harry dropped him. He turned around. Cedric was curled in a fetal position, gasping for air, tears streaming down his face. He was shaking violently. The aftershocks of the curse. Harry knelt beside him. Cedric. Breathe. In and out. Harry. Cedric choked out. He just, attacked. No warning. He's imperious, Harry said, checking Cedric's pulse. Fast, Freddy, but steady. Look at his eyes. Karkaroff turned him into a puppet. Is he dead? Cedric looked at Crumb's motionless body. Just asleep. With a broken nose. Harry stood up. He pointed Cedric's wand, which lay on the grass, at the sky. Periculum. Red sparks for Crumb. Can you stand? Harry asked, offering a hand. Cedric took it. His grip was weak. Harry hauled him up. Cedric wobbled, leaning heavily on Harry. I think. I'm done, Cedric whispered, looking at the ominous dark path ahead. My leg, the tremors. I can't duel. Harry looked at the path. They were close. He could feel the pulse of the cup. It was calling to them. A siren song. We're almost there, Harry said. You did the work. You got this far. I'm not leaving you in the dirt. But Crumb. Crumb is baggage. The teachers will get him. Come on. Harry put Cedric's arm over his shoulder. Lean on me. We're finishing this. They walked. A three-legged race through hell. The center of the maze wasn't a clearing. It was an arena. The hedges fell away to reveal a large, circular space covered in lush, unnaturally green grass. In the exact center, bathing the area in a ghostly blue light, stood a stone plinth. On the plinth sat the Triwizard Cup. It was beautiful. Glowing. Inviting. But between them and the cup stood the final boss. An acromantula. But this wasn't Aragog. This thing was bigger. It was ancient. Its chitin was black as oil, covered in thick, bristly gray hair. It had 8 eyes that glowed with a malevolent intelligence. Its pincers were dripping with venom that sizzled when it hit the grass. It was blocking the path. Oh, look, Harry deadpanned. A puppy. Cedric groaned. That's a giant spider, Harry. Details. The spider hissed. It reared up on its hind legs, exposing its soft, hairy belly. It was preparing to lunge. I can't fight that, Cedric said, his voice trembling. I can barely hold my wand. You don't have to fight it, Harry said, releasing Cedric and stepping forward. You just have to get the cup. What are you going to do? Harry cracked his neck. I'm going to exterminate a pest. He walked toward the spider. The acromantula screeched and charged. It moved terrifyingly fast, legs blurring. Harry took a deep breath. He needed fire. But not normal fire. Normal fire was messy. He needed concentrated destruction. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wand. He hadn't used it all night. He pointed it at the spider. Time to cook. Harry didn't use a Latin incantation. He poured his chaos into the wood, forcing it to channel a spell that didn't exist in any textbook. A stream of green fire erupted from the wand. It wasn't a jet, it was a flamethrower. The fire roared like a dragon. It hit the spider in the face. The acromantula shrieked, a sound that made Harry's teeth ache. The green fire didn't just burn, it ate. It consumed the magic that animated the spider's exoskeleton. The spider thrashed, backing away, trying to swat the flames. Go! Harry yelled at Cedric without looking back. Cedric stumbled forward. He ran toward the cup, limping, gasping. The spider, realizing it was burning, ignored Harry and lunged sideways, trying to snap at the easier prey, Cedric. A massive, hairy leg slammed into Cedric, knocking him flat. He lost his wand. The spider loomed over him, mandibles opening wide. No! Harry roared. He dropped the flamethrower spell. It was too slow. Harry shifted. He didn't think about the form. He just needed speed and mass. He became a projectile. Harry transformed into a massive, iron sphere, like a cannonball the size of a yoga ball. He launched himself through the air with telekinetic force. Crunch. Iron Harry slammed into the side of the spider's head. The impact shattered the creature's exoskeleton. Number 3, 4, and 5 exploded in a spray of black goo. The spider collapsed sideways, legs twitching in death throes. Harry rolled across the grass, reforming into a human as he came to a stop. He was dizzy, covered in spider goo, and panting. He looked up. Cedric was lying next to the plinth, staring at the dead spider with wide eyes. He looked at Harry. You turned into a ball," Cedric whispered. "A giant iron ball." "Bowling is a hobby of mine," Harry wheezed, wiping slime off his face. "Strike." He stood up and walked over to the plinth. The cup was right there. 2 feet away. Harry looked at it. He felt the pull. It was a portkey. He knew it. The magic felt wrong, it didn't feel like a transport back to the stadium entrance. It felt like a hook into the dark. "Take it," Harry said to Cedric. Cedric pulled himself up, using the plinth for support. He looked at the cup, then at Harry. "No," Cedric said, shaking his head. "You saved me. You saved me from Crumb. You killed the spider. You won, Harry." "I don't want the glory," said. "I told you. I'm just here for the chaos." "It's not about glory," Cedric said stubbornly. Hufflepuff loyalty kicking in. "It's about what's right. You beat the maze. You take it." Harry looked at the honest, stubborn boy. He sighed. "You're too good for this world, Diggory," Harry muttered. Harry looked at the cup again. If he sent Cedric alone, Cedric would die. Voldemort was waiting. Wormtail was waiting. If Harry went alone, well, that was the plan. But Cedric wouldn't let him. "Together?" Cedric suggested. "A Hogwarts victory. We tie." Harry looked at Cedric. He saw the hope. He saw the camaraderie. And he knew exactly what was about to happen. "Together," Harry agreed. But his mind was already sharpening its blades. "I'm going to save you, Cedric. Even if I have to traumatize you to do it." They stood on opposite sides of the plinth. "On 3, Cedric said, smiling. He looked like the picture of a hero. "1, Harry said. He shifted his weight, preparing for the jerk of the portkey. 2, Cedric reached out. 3. They both grabbed the handle. Instantly, the familiar sensation of a hook behind the navel yanked them forward. The maze dissolved. The starry sky vanished. They were spinning through a vortex of color and sound. But Harry didn't close his eyes. He kept them open, watching the streams of magic rushing past. He saw the destination approaching. It wasn't the Quidditch pitch. It was a graveyard. Old. Overgrown. Dark. Harry felt a grim smile spread across his face as the spin began to slow. "Hello, Tom," Harry whispered into the rushing wind. "Did you miss me?" His feet hit the ground hard. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, Graveyard Shift. The sensation of a portkey was always unpleasant, like being flushed down a cosmic toilet while a hook yanked you by the navel. But this portkey was different. It didn't just spin, it dragged. It felt oily, heavy, and malicious, as if the magic itself was sweating with anticipation. Harry Potter hit the ground hard. He didn't stumble. He rolled, dispersing the momentum into the damp earth, and came up in a crouch, combat-ready. His boots dug into the overgrown grass. The air smelled of mold, wet stone, and centuries of decay. Where are we?" Cedric Diggory landed less gracefully, sprawling onto his hands and knees. He looked up, squinting through the gloom. "This isn't the stadium. The cup, it was a portkey." Harry stood up, dusting off his dragon silk combat shirt. He scanned the perimeter. They were in a graveyard. It wasn't a nice one. It was old, neglected, and nestled in a dark valley. To their right, the outline of a small church stood black against the night sky. To their left, a hill rose sharply, topped by a decrepit manor house that looked like it had been designed by an architect with a severe depression problem. Little Hangleton, Harry whispered. The name tasted like ash. Harry, wands out, Cedric said, his voice trembling but his Hufflepuff training kicking in. He scrambled to his feet, brandishing his wand. This is unauthorized. Someone hijacked the cup. Not someone, Harry corrected, looking at a massive marble headstone looming in the center of the yard. The name Tom Riddle was etched into the stone, glowing faintly in the moonlight. Something. Harry's senses were screaming. The air was thick with dark magic. It wasn't the ambient magic of Hogwarts, this was concentrated, ritualistic intent. The ground beneath them was soaked in old blood. Harry, we need to get back to the cup, Cedric urged, backing away toward the glowing trophy that had fallen in the grass. We need to touch it again. Too late, Harry said calmly. A door in the church creaked open. A figure emerged. It was short, cloaked, and moving with a scurrying, rat-like gait. It carried a bundle in its arms, swaddled in robes like a baby, but holding it with a reverence that was nauseating. Harry recognized the limp immediately. Wormtail, Harry said. Peter Pettigrew. The rat who sold my parents. Cedric stiffened. Pettigrew. But he's dead. Sirius Black killed him. Reports of his death were greatly exaggerated, Harry drawled. He's just been hiding in the sewers. Wormtail stopped 20 feet away. He looked terrible. His skin was pale and grubby, his eyes watery and darting around in panic. The bundle in his arms stirred, letting out a hiss that sounded like escaping steam. From the bundle, a voice spoke. High, cold, and cruel. Kill the spare. A flash of green light erupted from Wormtail's wand before Cedric could even blink. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse. Instant death. The end of the line. It rushed toward Cedric like a freight train of emerald energy. Cedric stood frozen, his wand raised but his reflexes too slow. He was a student. This was war. Cedric squeezed his eyes shut. Clang. The sound wasn't a body hitting the ground. It was the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. Cedric opened his eyes. He wasn't dead. Harry Potter stood in front of him. Harry hadn't cast a shield charm. He hadn't dived. He had simply stepped into the path of the curse. But the curse hadn't hit him. Floating in front of Harry's outstretched hand was a slab of transfigured stone, a piece of a nearby grave marker that Harry had ripped from the earth and interposed in a microsecond. The stone was smoking, cracked down the middle, absorbing the lethal energy. Harry lowered the stone. He looked bored. Rude, Harry said. Wormtail squeaked, stumbling back. He looked at his wand, then at Harry. How, you blocked it. You can't block a killing curse with magic, Harry lectured, tossing the smoking stone aside. But you can block it with a rock. Physics, Peter. It's a thing. Harry turned to Cedric. Cedric. Nap time. What? Cedric blinked. Harry tapped Cedric on the forehead. Somnolus maxima. Cedric's eyes rolled back. He collapsed. Harry caught him effortlessly with one hand and laid him gently on the grass behind a large angel statue. Stay there, Harry whispered. You're a good audience, but I don't need a hostage. Harry turned back to Wormtail. He spread his arms wide. He didn't draw his wand. All right, Ratman, Harry called out. You've got the guest of honor. You've got the venue. Let's get this party started. Wormtail looked confused. He was expecting fear. He was expecting begging. He wasn't expecting a teenager inviting him to commit a dark ritual. "Hurry," the voice in the bundle shrieked. "Do it now. While he is arrogant." Wormtail fumbled with his wand. He pointed it at the massive marble headstone behind Harry. Erecto. The statue of the Angel of Death atop the riddle grave sprang to life. Its stone arms moved, grabbing Harry. The scythe lowered, pinning him against the marble slab. Harry didn't struggle. He let the stone arms lock him in place. He could have broken them, he could have turned the stone to sand with a thought, but he wanted to see where this went. He wanted the main event. Wormtail hurried over to a giant stone cauldron that sat at the foot of the grave. It was full of water. He lit a fire beneath it with a wave of his wand. The water began to boil almost instantly. Sparks flew. "Hurry up," Harry critiqued from his bondage. "The water's boiling. You don't want to overcook him. He'll be chewy." Wormtail ignored him, whimpering as he unwrapped the bundle. He revealed the thing inside. It was hideous. A hairless, scaly, raw-looking thing with the shape of a human child but the face of a snake. It had red eyes and stunted limbs. "Ew," Harry said loudly. "Put it back in the oven, it's not done." Wormtail dropped the creature into the boiling cauldron. It hissed as it hit the water and sank. Wormtail raised his wand. He began to chant. His voice was shaking so hard the words vibrated. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." The grave at Harry's feet cracked open. A fine dust, bone dust, levitated out of the earth and floated into the cauldron. The potion turned a poisonous blue. "Unknowingly given." Harry scoffed. "Pretty sure old Tom Riddle Sr. knows exactly what's happening. He's probably spinning in his grave right now. Or, well, floating." Wormtail reached into his robes and pulled out a long, silver dagger. He was crying now. Snot ran down his face. "Flesh, of the servant, WW willingly given, you will, revive, your master." He stretched out his right hand. The hand that was missing a finger. He brought the dagger down. Slice. Harry winced. "Okay, that's gross. You know you could have just used a fingernail clipping, right? The spell just says, flesh. It doesn't specify, entire hand." Drama queen. Wormtail screamed, dropping his severed hand into the potion. It turned a burning, angry red. He fell to his knees, clutching the bloody stump, sobbing. He crawled toward Harry. This was it. The main ingredient. Be blood of the enemy. Wormtail wheezed, raising the knife. "Forcibly taken, you will, resurrect your foe." He slashed the knife across Harry's arm. Harry watched the blood well up. It wasn't normal blood. In the moonlight, Harry's blood looked dark, almost black. But if you looked closer, it shimmered. It had flecks of green and gold in it. It moved on its own, sliding down his arm not with gravity, but with intent. Harry grinned. His eyes flashed that radioactive green. "Take it," Harry whispered. "Drink deep, Tommy boy. It's got a kick." Wormtail collected the blood in a glass vial and stumbled back to the cauldron. He poured it in. The potion didn't turn white, as the ritual dictated. It turned, chaotic. The liquid inside the cauldron began to swirl violently. It flashed through colors that shouldn't exist, octarine, neon purple, void black. The cauldron began to vibrate. A sound emitted from it, like a choir of demons laughing underwater. "What is happening?" Wormtail shrieked, backing away. "Chemistry," Harry laughed. "You just mixed order with chaos. You just put a Mentos in a Coke bottle, Peter." Boom. A pillar of steam exploded from the cauldron. It wasn't white steam. It was green fog. Thick, heavy, and smelling of ozone and ozone. The fog rolled over the graveyard, extinguishing the stars. Through the mist, a shape began to rise. It was tall. It was skeletal. The vapors coalesced. A body formed. Pale as bone. Hairless. Lord Voldemort had returned. But, something was wrong. Voldemort stepped out of the cauldron. He looked at his hands. Long, spider-like fingers. He touched his face. No nose. Slit pupils. He took a deep breath. "I am returned," Voldemort whispered. His voice was high and cold, but it had a strange reverb to it. Like he was speaking into a metal fan. He looked down at his body. He was wearing robes made of the black smoke. He flexed his fingers. "My magic," Voldemort murmured. "It feels spicy." "Spicy?" Harry choked back a laugh. "That's one word for it." Voldemort's head snapped toward Harry. Those red eyes locked onto the boy tied to the headstone. "Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed. "You stand on the remains of my late father. A fitting place for you to die." "Nice speech," Harry nodded. "Did you practice that in the cauldron? Or was it an improv moment?" Voldemort ignored him. He looked at Wormtail, who was bleeding out on the grass. "Robes, Wormtail," Voldemort commanded. "And your arm." Wormtail sobbed, pointing to his pocket. Voldemort used magic to dress himself. Then he pressed his thumb to the dark mark on Wormtail's remaining arm. The mark turned jet black. "They will feel it," Voldemort whispered, looking at the sky. "And they will come." Moments later, the air was filled with the cracks of apparition. Cloaked figures appeared from the darkness. They wore silver masks. They formed a circle around the grave, leaving gaps. The Death Eaters. They fell to their knees, crawling toward Voldemort, kissing the hem of his robes. "Master! Master! Welcome, my friends," Voldemort said softly. 13 years it has been, and yet, you answer my call as if it were yesterday." He began to walk around the circle. It was a terrifying display. He unmasked them one by one. Lucius Malfoy. Crabbe. Goyle. McNair. He mocked them. He tortured them briefly with the Cruciatus to remind them of their place. Harry watched. He was counting. 30 Death Eaters. Plus Voldemort. Plus the snake, Nagini, slithering through the grass. 32 against 1, Harry muttered. Fair odds. Voldemort finally finished his reunion tour. He turned back to Harry. "And here we have," Voldemort said, gesturing to the headstone, "my guest of honor. Harry Potter. The boy who lived." The Death Eaters laughed nervously. "You see, my friends," Voldemort paced. "Wait, why am I explaining this? You know the story. Love. Protection. Old magic. Boring." Voldemort stopped. He looked at Harry closely. "But something has changed," Voldemort whispered. "I can touch him now." He reached out a long, pale finger. He touched Harry's scar. Harry felt a sting. But it wasn't the agonizing pain he remembered. It was just, annoying. Like static shock. Voldemort pulled back, looking confused. "I touched him, but I felt a vibration. A buzz." "That's the chaos, Tom," Harry said cheerfully. "You're running on premium fuel now. Try not to burn out your engine." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "You speak with arrogance, boy. Perhaps you think Dumbledore will save you. Or your mother." "My mother is dead," Harry said, his voice dropping an octave. "And Dumbledore is probably eating a lemon drop right now." Harry rolled his shoulders. Crack. The stone arms of the angel statue holding him shattered. The Death Eaters gasped. Lucius Malfoy jumped back. Harry stepped away from the headstone, dusting stone chips off his shoulder. I stayed because I wanted to see the show, Harry said, walking into the center of the circle. But honestly, the monologue was a bit derivative. I am back, fear me, blah blah blah. It lacks pizzazz. Voldemort stared at him. You broke the binding spell. Without a wand. I don't need a stick to break rocks, Harry said. Now. Are we going to fight? Or are you going to keep introducing your fan club? Voldemort laughed. It was a high, cruel sound. You want to fight? Very well. Let us duel. Give him his wand. Wormtail threw Harry's wand to him. Harry caught it. He twirled it through his fingers. We bow to each other, Harry, Voldemort said, bowing mockingly. Come now. The niceties must be observed. Bow to death. Harry didn't bow. He stood tall. He smiled. I don't bow to death, Harry said. I'm related to him on my father's side. Voldemort's face contorted. Crucio. The torture curse. Harry didn't block it. He let it hit him. The red light washed over him. Harry stood there, bathed in the energy. He didn't scream. He didn't twitch. He closed his eyes and absorbed it. To Harry, the curse wasn't pain. It was just energy. Spicy, angry energy. He opened his eyes. They were glowing bright green. Is that it? Harry asked. That tickles. The Death Eaters were murmuring now. Fear rippled through the circle. The Cruciatus curse didn't just tickle. Voldemort lowered his wand. For the first time, genuine confusion flickered across his face. What, are you? Harry grinned. I'm glad you asked. Harry dropped his wand. It hit the grass. He raised his arms. Let me show you. Shift. The air in the graveyard exploded. A shockwave of green energy blasted outward, knocking the Death Eaters off their feet. Headstones shattered. The old church bell rang wildly. Harry's body dissolved into a tornado of emerald fire and shadow. He grew. When the light cleared, Harry Potter was gone. Standing in his place was an entity that made the Dark Lord look like a cosplayer. The figure was 8 feet tall, draped in armor that looked like it was forged from green stars and liquid gold. A cape of shadows billowed behind him, moving independently of the wind. But the face was the terrifying part. It was Harry's face, but sharper. Geometric. Inhumanly beautiful and utterly terrifying. His skin was pale green, etched with glowing runes. 2 massive, curved horns, like those of a stag, but made of golden energy, rose from his forehead. His eyes were voids. No whites. Just swirling, infinite green nebulas. He hovered a foot off the ground. You wanted a villain, Tom, the entity spoke. His voice was a chorus, 1,000 whispers layered over a thunderstorm. You wanted a monster. Harry pointed a clawed finger at Voldemort. Meet the god of mischief's favorite mistake. Voldemort took a step back. Actual fear. He felt it. The primal instinct of a prey animal recognizing a predator. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked. Kill him. The Death Eaters scrambled up. 30 wands raised. Avada Kedavra. 30 jets of green light shot toward Harry. A wall of death. Harry didn't dodge. He laughed. Nom nom. Harry opened his mouth. His jaw unhinged, revealing a maw of darkness. He inhaled. The killing curses, the most unblockable, lethal magic in the world, swirled into a vortex and were sucked into Harry's mouth. He swallowed them. He burped. A green smoke ring floated out. Needs more salt, Harry critiqued. The Death Eaters stood frozen, wands shaking. They had just watched their ultimate weapon get eaten as a snack. My turn, Harry said. He snapped his fingers. The graveyard came alive. Not inferi. Not zombies. The statues. Every angel, every gargoyle, every cherub in the cemetery ripped itself from its pedestal. But Harry warped them. The stone angels grew fangs. The gargoyles sprouted chainsaw blades from their arms. The cherubs turned into flying gremlins holding stone grenades. Get 'em, boys, Harry commanded. The stone army charged. Chaos erupted. It was a massacre, but a cartoonish one. Lucius Malfoy was being chased by a stone cherub that was spanking him with a marble lyre. McNair was wrestling a gargoyle that was trying to tie his executioner's axe into a balloon animal. Harry floated above the chaos, watching the Death Eaters scream and run. Voldemort stood in the center, shielding himself from the debris. He looked furious. Humiliated. Enough. Voldemort roared. He unleashed a wave of dark magic. Fiend fire. A massive serpent of cursed fire erupted from his wand. It consumed the stone statues, turning them to magma. The fire roared toward Harry, a tsunami of heat and destruction. Harry yawned. He reached into the air and pulled out a fire extinguisher. A normal, red, muggle fire extinguisher. He aimed it at the fiend fire. Cool off. He squeezed the handle. Instead of foam, a blast of absolute zero cold shot out. It was blue-white, freezing the air instantly. The cold hit the fire. Hiss. Thermal shock. The fiend fire didn't just go out, it shattered. The flames turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground like glitter. Voldemort stared at the pile of frozen fire. He looked at the fire extinguisher. How? It's a metaphor, Tom, Harry said, tossing the extinguisher aside. It vanished into smoke before it hit the ground. You're hot air. I'm the reality check. Voldemort snarled. He was done playing. He pointed his wand at Harry. Avada. Harry vanished. Pop. He reappeared directly behind Voldemort. He leaned down, whispering into the Dark Lord's ear, or where his ear would be. Peekaboo. Voldemort spun around, slashing with his wand. Harry caught Voldemort's wrist. The contact was explosive. Voldemort's dark magic clashed with Harry's chaos magic. Green lightning arced between them. The ground cracked. You're weak, Harry said, tightening his grip. You split your soul into little pieces. You made yourself fragile. I am immortal. Voldemort screamed, trying to pull away. You're a glass vase glued back together, Harry corrected. And I have a hammer. Harry punched Voldemort. It wasn't a magical punch. It was a physical, demigod strength right hook to the jaw. Crack. Voldemort flew backward. He smashed through a headstone, tumbled across the grass, and landed in a heap. The Death Eaters stopped fighting the statues. They stared. Their master, the terrifying Dark Lord, had just been decked like a drunk in a pub brawl. Voldemort scrambled up. He was missing a tooth. His dignity was in tatters. Nagini, he shrieked. Kill. The massive snake, which had been circling the perimeter, lunged. It was 12 feet long, thick as a tree, venom dripping from its fangs. It aimed for Harry's throat. Harry looked at the snake. Oh, we're doing snakes. I like snakes. Harry shifted midair. He didn't turn into a mongoose. He turned into a bigger snake. Much bigger. Harry transformed into a basilisk dragon hybrid. 50 feet of emerald scales, with a mane of spines and eyes that glowed like searchlights. Harry Snake roared. It was a sound that shook the fillings in the Death Eater's teeth. Nagini, mid-lunge, realized she had made a terrible mistake. She looked like a earthworm compared to Harry. Harry caught Nagini in his jaws. He didn't bite down. He just held her. He whipped his head back and threw her. Nagini sailed through the air, crashing into the roof of the old church. She slid down the tiles and landed in a dazed heap. Harry shifted back to his demigod form. He dusted off his hands. "Bad noodle," he scolded. Voldemort was standing now. He was shaking. Not with rage, but with terror. He raised his wand again. Avada Kedavra. He put everything he had into it. His fear, his hate, his soul. The beam of green light was blinding. Harry raised his hand. He didn't block it. He caught it. The green beam hit Harry's palm and stopped. Harry held the lethal magic like a baseball. It sizzled and popped, trying to kill him, but his skin was impervious to the concept of death by magic. "You keep using that spell," Harry said, looking at the ball of death in his hand. "I don't think it means what you think it means." Harry squeezed his hand into a fist. He crushed the killing curse. It shattered into green sparks. Then, Harry pointed his finger at Voldemort. Bang! A beam of chaos magic shot from Harry's finger. It wasn't green. It was a rainbow of destruction. It hit Voldemort's wand. It didn't break the wand. It overloaded it. Voldemort's wand began to scream. It vibrated so fast it blurred. The feather inside, Fox Feather, burned instantly. The wood splintered. The feedback loop traveled up Voldemort's arm. Arg! Voldemort screamed as his own magic turned against him. His arm turned purple, then black. He was thrown backward again, slamming into the cauldron he had been born from. The cauldron tipped over, spilling the gross potion everywhere. Voldemort lay in the mud, gasping. He was broken. Beaten. Humiliated. Harry floated down. He landed softly on the grass. The glowing armor faded. The horns retracted. He was just Harry again, a 14-year-old boy in a combat shirt. He walked over to Voldemort. The Dark Lord looked up. His red eyes were wide with horror. "Please." Voldemort whispered. He didn't know what he was pleading for. Mercy? Death? Harry leaned down. "I'm not going to kill you, Tom," Harry said softly. Voldemort looked hopeful for a second. "Because death is too easy," Harry continued. "And frankly, you're not worth the paperwork." Harry stood up. He looked around at the Death Eaters. They were cowering. Lucius Malfoy was trying to hide behind a tombstone. "Hey!" Harry shouted. "Party's over. Pick up your trash." He pointed at Voldemort. "Take him and go. If I see any of you before I finish my OWLS, I'm going to turn your blood into vinegar. Understood?" Lucius nodded frantically. He rushed forward, grabbed the sobbing, broken form of Voldemort, and disapparated. Crack! 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 One by one, the Death Eaters fled. They didn't look back. They ran like rats. Within seconds, the graveyard was empty. Except for Harry, Cedric, and a very confused Nagini who was slithering away into the woods. Harry sighed. The adrenaline crashed. He felt tired. Being a god was exhausting. He walked over to Cedric. He tapped the boy on the head. "Enervate." Cedric gasped, sitting up. He looked around wildly. Wormtail. The green light. Harry. "Easy, Tiger," Harry said, offering a hand. "It's over." Cedric looked around. The graveyard was a wreck. Statues were smashed. There was ice everywhere. The cauldron was overturned. What happened? Cedric stammered. Where is you-know-who? I heard him return. He came back, Harry shrugged. We had a chat. He realized he left the oven on at home and left. Harry. Cedric looked at him. You look different. Harry checked himself. He was smoking slightly. His eyes were still a bit too bright. Just a adrenaline rush, said. Come on. The cup. Harry walked over to the Triwizard cup. It was lying in the grass, still glowing blue. He picked it up. He handed one handle to Cedric. Let's go home, Harry said. I'm starving. Cedric grabbed the handle. He looked at Harry with a mix of awe and terror. He didn't know exactly what had happened while he was asleep, but he knew one thing: Harry Potter was not just a wizard. Ready? Harry asked. Ready, Cedric whispered. Harry grinned. A normal, boyish grin. 3, 2, 1. Jerk. The portkey activated. They spun away from the graveyard, leaving the silence and the ruin behind. Harry closed his eyes as they traveled through the void. He felt a deep, rumbling laughter in his chest. The world thought the Dark Lord was the threat. They were about to realize that the real chaos had just been waiting for an excuse to come out and play. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The New World Order. The sensation of a portkey landing is never graceful. It's the magical equivalent of being thrown out of a moving car, spinning through a kaleidoscope, and then faceplanting into wet grass. Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory hit the ground hard. The world stopped spinning, replaced by the roar of thousands of people screaming, cheering, and clapping. The brass band kicked into a triumphant, patriotic tune that sounded like a headache set to music. The lights of the Quidditch Stadium, the maze entrance, were blinding, stabbing into eyes that had adjusted to the gloom of a graveyard. Harry rolled onto his back, staring up at the enchanted ceiling of the sky, which was currently showing a festive display of fireworks spelling out congratulations. We're back, Cedric gasped, scrambling away from the cup like it was radioactive. He looked wild, hair matted with sweat and dirt, robes torn, eyes wide with the lingering terror of the killing curse. Harry, we're back. It's over. Harry sat up. He cracked his neck, pop, pop, and dusted off his dragon silk combat shirt. He looked around. The stands were a wall of noise. People were hugging. Flags were waving. Ludo Bagman was shouting something unintelligible over the magical megaphone. They had no idea. They thought this was just sports. They thought the worst thing that happened was a sprained ankle or a burn from a blast-ended scrut. Harry felt a disconnect. A massive, yawning chasm between the cheering crowd and the blood singing in his veins. He had just punched a Dark Lord in the face. He had eaten death magic. He had turned a graveyard into a slapstick comedy routine. And now he was supposed to accept a trophy. Cute, Harry muttered, standing up. They think the show is over. Harry. Dumbledore was the first to reach them. The old wizard moved fast, vaulting over the judge's table and sprinting across the grass, his purple robes flying. Harry. Cedric. Are you injured? Behind him came Fudge, looking flushed and excited, clutching his bowler hat. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime followed, looking wary. We have a winner. Bagman bellowed, jogging up, looking disappointed that he hadn't bet on a tie. A double victory. Unprecedented. Hogwarts takes it all. Cedric grabbed Dumbledore's arm. He was shaking. Professor. You know who. He's back. The graveyard. He tried to kill me. Wormtail, the ritual. The band stopped playing. A hush rippled through the front rows as they saw Cedric's panic. Fudge froze. His smile faltered, replaced by a look of annoyed panic. Now, Diggory. You're in shock. The maze, it plays tricks on the mind. Disorientation is common. It wasn't a trick. Cedric yelled, his voice cracking. He was there. Voldemort was there. The name hit the crowd like a physical slap. The screaming stopped. The cheering died. A terrified silence swept over the stadium. He's back, Cedric insisted, pointing at Harry. Harry fought him. He saved me. He beat him. Fudge laughed. It was a nervous, high-pitched sound. Beat him? Fight you know who? My dear boy, you are clearly hallucinating. Harry is a student. He can't fight a dead man. Harry stepped forward. He didn't shout. He didn't look frantic. He looked bored. He looked like a predator who had just finished a meal and was looking for a toothpick. Minister, Harry said. His voice wasn't amplified by a spell, but the chaotic resonance in his tone carried it to the back rows. You have something on your shoe. Fudge blinked, looking down. What? Denial, Harry said. It's sticky. Hard to get off. Harry walked past Dumbledore, ignoring the headmaster's intense, probing gaze. He walked right up to Cornelius Fudge. He was 14, but in that moment, he felt ancient. You think we're lying, Harry stated. I think you're traumatized. Fudge blustered, turning purple. Dumbledore, get these boys to the hospital wing immediately. They are delirious. Talking about he who must not be named, preposterous. He is gone. He's not gone, Harry said calmly. He's just humiliated. There's a difference. Enough of this. Fudge shouted, trying to regain control. Aurors. Escort Mr. Potter away. He is disturbing the peace. 2 Aurors, Dawlish and Shacklebolt, stepped forward hesitantly. Harry raised a hand. Sit, Harry commanded. The gravity around the Aurors increased by a factor of 20. They didn't just stop, they were slammed into the ground, pinned by an invisible hand. The grass flattened around them. The crowd gasped. Dumbledore's eyes widened. I'm not done talking, Harry said, turning back to Fudge. You want proof? You want to see the boogeyman? Harry reached into his pocket, the deep, undetectable one. He pulled out a rat. It wasn't a normal rat. It was unconscious, missing a toe on its front paw, and wearing a tiny, conjured straitjacket that Harry had whipped up in the Portkey vortex because he thought it was funny. Meet Peter, Harry said, holding the rat up by its tail. A rat? Fudge stared. Potter, have you gone mad? Not a rat, Harry corrected. A traitor. Harry threw the rat onto the ground between them. He pointed his finger at it. A spark of blue-white chaos magic shot from his fingertip. Reform. The rat began to convulse. It grew, expanding rapidly. Limbs sprouted. The fur receded. A face formed, a pale, watery-eyed, terrified face. Peter Pettigrew lay on the grass, bound in magical ropes, sobbing. He was missing a hand, the stump was cauterized and shiny. Wormtail. Sirius Black's voice rang out from the stands. Wait. Sirius? Harry looked up. Sirius Black, in his ragged robes, had climbed over the railing. He wasn't hiding anymore. He was sliding down the banner poles, landing on the pitch with a feral grin. Remus Lupin was right behind him. Peter. Sirius roared, charging forward. Sirius Black. Fudge shrieked, fumbling for his wand. Dementors. Where are the Dementors? He's here. Relax, Cornelius, Harry said, snapping his fingers. Fudge's wand turned into a banana. Fudge stared at the banana. He squeezed it. Mushy. That's Pettigrew, Harry pointed at the sobbing man on the ground. Alive. Which means Sirius didn't kill him. Which means Sirius is innocent. Which means you've been hunting the wrong guy for 12 years. Oops. The crowd was losing its collective mind. Cameras were flashing like strobe lights. Rita Skeeter was scribbling so fast her quill was smoking. It can't be, Fudge stammered, looking from Sirius to Pettigrew. He was dead. A finger. That's all that was left. He cut it off himself, Harry said. Drama queen. Runs in the Death Eater family. Harry turned to the crowd. He amplified his voice again, pushing a little chaos into the air so everyone felt the vibration in their teeth. Listen up. Silence fell instantly. Total, terrified obedience. Voldemort is back, Harry announced. We had a fight. He lost. He's currently running away with his tail between his legs, probably crying to his diary. But he's out there. And he's got about 30 friends with him. Lucius Malfoy. Death Eater. McNair. Death Eater. Crabbe, Goyle. All of them were there. I saw them kissing his robes. Harry pointed at the VIP box where Narcissa Malfoy was sitting, pale as a ghost. Lucius wasn't there, he hadn't returned yet. Your society is rotten, Harry said, his voice cold. You let these people walk free because they have gold. You let them run your ministry. And when a 14-year-old boy does your job for you, you try to arrest him. Harry looked at Fudge. I'm done. Done. Dumbledore stepped forward, his expression grave. Harry, what do you mean? I mean I'm done with this school, Harry said. I'm done with homework. I'm done with house points. I'm done with people trying to kill me between algebra and potions. You cannot simply leave, McGonagall gasped, clutching her chest. You are a minor. You must complete your education. Harry laughed. It was the laugh that sounded like rocks grinding together. Professor, I just ate a killing curse for breakfast. I think I've tested out of defense against the dark arts. Harry turned to Fleur, who was standing near the medical tent, looking at him with wide, shining eyes. She was leaning on a crutch, her leg bandaged, but she looked fierce. Fleur. Harry called out. You coming? Fleur didn't hesitate. She threw the crutch aside. She didn't need it. Adrenaline and magic were enough. She limped over to him, standing by his side, grabbing his hand. Always, she said, glaring at the minister. This place is boring anyway. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. The prophecy. Voldemort is not defeated. He is merely delayed. You are the only one who can. Stop, Harry interrupted. He leaned in close to Dumbledore. The prophecy says I have the power the Dark Lord knows not. You know what that power is, Albus? Dumbledore looked into Harry's eyes, the green, swirling nebulas. Love? Dumbledore guessed weakly. No, Harry grinned. It's the ability to not give a damn about your rules. It's chaos, Albus. Pure, unadulterated chaos. Harry stepped back. He grabbed Pettigrew by the scruff of his neck. He looked at Sirius. You want him? Harry asked. Oh, I want him, Sirius growled. Take him. Go to the DMLE. Amelia Bones is honest. Show her the rat. Clear your name. Then meet me in London. London? Sirius asked. Where in London? You'll know, Harry winked. Look for the building that isn't supposed to be there. Harry turned to the crowd one last time. Enjoy the rest of the year. Harry shouted. Don't worry about Voldemort. If he comes back, just call me. My rates are reasonable. He wrapped an arm around Fleur. "Hold on tight, Frenchie. We're taking the scenic route." Harry raised his hand. He didn't cast a spell. He just grabbed the fabric of space and pulled. A hole in reality opened up. Not a portal. A tear. Through it, they could see the lights of London glittering in the night. "Show off," Fleur whispered, smiling against his shoulder. "You love it," Harry replied. They stepped through the tear. It zipped shut behind them with a sound like a zipper closing on the universe. The stadium was left in silence. Fudge was holding a banana. Dumbledore looked older than he ever had. And the students of Hogwarts realized that the boy who lived had just become the boy who quit. 1 week later. The wizarding world was in meltdown. The Daily Prophet had run out of ink. The headlines changed every hour. Sirius Black innocent. Ratman found alive, Fudge resigns in disgrace. Amelia Bones appointed interim minister, Harry Potter, hero or menace? Page 4, why is his new house floating? Lucius Malfoy claims, Imperius curse, again, no one believes him this time. Harry Potter sat on a throne. It wasn't a metaphorical throne. It was a literal, high-backed chair made of transfigured obsidian and green velvet, sitting in the center of a massive penthouse suite. The penthouse was located on the top floor of a skyscraper in Canary Wharf. The skyscraper belonged to a Muggle bank, but the top 3 floors didn't technically exist on any blueprint. Harry had expanded the space, weaving a pocket dimension into the steel and glass structure. The view was spectacular. London sprawled out below them, a grid of lights and motion. "This is ridiculous," Hermione Granger said, walking into the room. She was holding a stack of books and looking around with a mix of awe and disapproval. "Harry, you can't just annex a skyscraper. The Muggle authorities will notice the energy displacement." "I fixed the wiring," Harry said, leaning back and putting his feet up on a floating coffee table. "And I pay rent. Sort of. I leave gold bars in the basement safe every month. The bank managers are very confused but very happy." "It's illegal," Hermione sighed, dumping her books on a table. "But, impressive." "Where's Ron?" Harry asked. "Downstairs in the arcade," Hermione rolled her eyes. "You put a bowling alley in the lobby. He's trying to enchant the pins to heckle him." Classic. The elevator dinged. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin walked in. Sirius looked clean. Shaved, wearing expensive robes, that Harry had bought, and holding a glass of fire whiskey. He looked 10 years younger. "Free man." Sirius cheered, raising his glass. "The paperwork is done." Pettigrew sang like a canary. Or, well, squeaked like a rat. "He's in the secure ward at St. Mungo's, babbling about green fire." "Good," Harry nodded. "And the ministry?" "Amelia Bones wants a meeting," Remus said, sitting on a sofa. He looked tired but healthier. Harry had tweaked the Wolfsbane potion with a little chaos magic. It didn't cure the lycanthropy, but it turned the wolf form into a golden retriever. Remus was still embarrassed about it. "She wants to know if you're planning to conquer Britain." "Tell her no," Harry said. "Too much paperwork. I'm just an independent contractor. A consultant for impossible problems." "Consultant," Sirius laughed. "Right. And the glowing green tower is just a billboard?" "Branding is important, Padfoot." The balcony doors opened. Fleur Delacour walked in. She was wearing a silk dress, her hair loose. She didn't look like a Vila princess anymore, she looked like a queen. She walked over to the throne and sat on the armrest, leaning against Harry. "The goblins are asking for a meeting too," she said, running a hand through Harry's messy hair. "They are intrigued by the metal you used to pay for the furniture. They say it smells like dwarf star alloy." "It is," Harry said. "I found a stash in a pocket dimension." Tell them I'll trade for goblin-forged swords. I need wall decorations. Fleur smiled. You are building an army, Harry. Not an army, Harry corrected. A fan club. With weapons. Suddenly, the room darkened. The lights flickered. A heavy, oppressive pressure filled the air. Hermione gasped, reaching for her wand. Sirius jumped up, transforming into his dog form, old habits. A shimmer of light appeared in the center of the room. It wasn't a wizard apparition. It was the Bifrost. Or a fragment of it. A rainbow column of light slammed into the carpet. Harry frowned. That was expensive carpet. A figure stepped out. He was tall. He wore gold armor and a red cape. He held a hammer that crackled with lightning. He had a beard that looked like it could scrub pots. Thor Odinson. The god of thunder looked around the penthouse. He looked at the bowling alley projection. He looked at the nervous wizards. Then, his eyes landed on Harry. Harry didn't stand up. He just smirked. Thor narrowed his eyes. He marched forward, stopping at the foot of the throne. You, Thor boomed. His voice shook the windows. You are the one causing the noise. The disturbance in the ether. Heimdall cannot stop watching you. He says you are annoying. I get that a lot, Harry said. Nice hammer. Compensating for something? Sirius choked on his drink. Hermione looked like she was about to faint. Thor stared at Harry. Then, a slow, booming laugh erupted from his chest. Ha! You speak with the tongue of the trickster. My brother. Thor grinned. Heimdall said there was a spawn of Loki on Midgard. I did not believe him. But the chin, yes. And the eyes. You have his madness. I prefer creative spirit, Harry said. My father, Odin, watches, Thor said, leaning on Mjolnir. He is wary. He does not like wild variables. He sent me to see if you are a threat to the 9 realms. And? Harry asked, green sparks dancing on his fingertips. Am I? Thor looked at Harry. He looked at the friends surrounding him. He looked at the casual defiance. You defeated the Snake Man? Thor asked. The lich who cheats death. Punched him in the face, Harry confirmed. Then fed his magic to a fire extinguisher. Thor laughed again. Good. He was a pest. A boring villain. Midgard needs better heroes. Thor raised his hammer. I will tell the All-Father that you are amusing, Thor declared. But be warned, little nephew. Do not break the world. I keep my stuff here. I like the world, Harry promised. It has pizza. The pepperoni is worthy. Thor nodded solemnly. I shall return. We shall drink. And break things. Thor raised the hammer. The rainbow light engulfed him. Boom. He was gone. The room was silent. A circle of burnt carpet smoked on the floor. Was that? Ron whispered, peeking out from behind the sofa. Was that Thor? The actual Thor? Yep, Harry said, waving his hand to repair the carpet. We're doomed, Hermione whispered. We're actually going to die. Relax, Hermione, Harry stood up. He walked to the window, looking out over the city. The reflection in the glass showed Harry, but behind him, it showed a shadow. A horned, grinning shadow that stretched across the skyline. Voldemort was in hiding, broken and terrified. The Ministry was scrambling to adapt to a world where Sirius Black was innocent and Fudge was a banana hater. Dumbledore was back at Hogwarts, probably trying to figure out how to teach students who now idolized a dropout. And Harry. Harry was just getting started. He turned back to his friends, his family. The werewolf, the fugitive, the Vila, the bookworm, and the loyal knight. So, Harry grinned, his eyes flashing that toxic, beautiful green. Who wants to go steal the crown jewels and replace them with ring pops? Fleur laughed. Sirius barked. Ron cheered. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was dead. Long live the trickster's heir. Chapter 10 End.